Good evening, everybody. I know lately the start times have been close, if not at 8 o'clock. I'm going to try and roll that back if I can. But I am kind of dealing with real life. So the last couple of starts have basically been as soon as I can get ready. But my intention very much is to my intention definitely is to go back to 7 o'clock starts or as close to that as I can get. Um, New job's going well, I think. I There's a lot of just stuff to get used to, stuff to get started with, but I think the last couple of days really have been me getting a shape of sort of what my first job parts of the job are. Like, whenever you start somewhere, there's going to be a certain amount of training. And that, for better or worse, is done. Okay, now I'm noticing that Soma's still tagged up, so let me just see what's going on here. Yeah, that's very frustrating. All right, so if you happen to come in for Soma, I apologize. I did hit the update on OBS, but we're going to be playing Phantom Brigade tonight. We are returning to Phantom Brigade the first time that we're playing it after this big new update, which has added boss fights along with a lot of different sort of scenario types and just overall goodness. It's essentially like a wish list that any of the few criticisms I heard of Phantom Brigade, effectively it's been touched in the patch notes. I really liked the game when it came out. I really liked the game during early access, but if you have been, if you were lukewarm about the game, or if you've been sitting on the fence, now is a very good time to get back into it because there is a big update, and it sounds like it's not the only one that they've been working on. I think there's at least the impression that I got from some of the announcements and just the way that it's being talked about. I get the impression that there is still work being done. We've got Cured. Good evening, System Chalk. Stuck in work again, so I can't stick around. I hope you have a good stream. No problem at all, Cured. I always appreciate you stopping by, no matter what the circumstances may be, if it's a long time or a short time. I was happy that you got a chance to stick around for a little bit of Soma, because I know that is a really good game. But we are enjoying another really good game, but a very different tone. Okay, so we've liberated Headmark. Now, the base will sometimes give you... I'm trying to remember how it works. There's sometimes you can get things like repair gel and new recruits and things like that. I don't think that would be appropriate here. Essentially what we're waiting on right now is the new mech frame and all of the repairs. But at this point, we're just going to kind of cross over into... excuse me. Into the next region, and then we, we'll do more of the same. Okay, we might want to take the long way around here. That's just so I can get the repairs in. So there's a broken down convoy. Okay. So I think we can afford to go after the convoy now. We're at 87%. I think we'll cover it. So we don't have the speed options yet. We're going to need some more... excuse me. Enemy squad's been dispatched to investigate. Will they reach us in time? No. Broken down convoy. We intercepted a distress call from a nearby enemy convoy carrying valuable supplies. They are broken down and awaiting repairs, vulnerable to attack. Alright, it's a raid. Take advantage of the enemy convoy as it makes a stop and steal their cargo. 2 on-site contacts. Marathon, it's a workout with objectives and enemies spread out on the map. Bring your fastest mechs Escape, sometimes bowing out, is better than blowing up. Deployed mechs retreat early after fulfilling their objective. And nature, most of the available cover is part of the natural landscape. Such cover is indestructible. Plan ahead and don't count on impact weapons being effective. Okay. So I'm not in a point yet where I can add a new unit. We've only got the longbow and the protector. I will take a quick look to see if there's new items. I think we've already loaded up the mechs with their goodies. Yeah, I'm gonna say we did. I will eventually get into the fashion part of the game, but right now, I don't know. I feel like when you're liberating a province, it's kind of fun to just go with the colors that you're given, and then when you liberate the province, you get to do whatever beautification projects you have in mind. Now, that shield mech looks like it has a machine gun, so that might be a chance for us to sort of see where our own shield unit may wind up. I'm not fully clear on where I want to take it yet. No identification received. Targets continue closing in. Reinforcements needed. Alright, so objective A, move your mech onto the marked supplies to secure them and retreat available. So I believe the way that these have been changed is you can't just blow everyone up anymore. I think you do actually need to fulfill the objective, which is pretty straightforward. In this case, you know, we'll take Kilo and we'll run to the objective. Now, it does look like there are units attacking them. So what I think I'll do here... Okay, yeah, so... we can improve the odds for us. The only catch is that I'm going to spend the whole turn trying to get into position. So the best I can really do here is throw up the shield and hope nothing too bad happens with the missile. I think I'm actually going to push that up here. Just the missile's not going to hit us this time, but we don't have any way of dodging it, so maybe if we go close to the hill, but I'm not quite ready to be that cautious. All right, so it's going to be a pretty straightforward starting turn here. I am kind of curious to see how the dodge works, though. Sorry about your truck. Okay, so your Twitch just fully died. Sorry if you asked a question. No worries, Kieran. I just said thank you for stopping by, and you know, I never want to take it for granted whenever you visit, but I always appreciate it. So, drone has a rough location on the crate, but we're going to need another ping to ensure it's picked up. Stay at this location to finish this. Okay. So that's going to be a little hard, given... So if we take a look at the turn... actually... Okay, so I have some ideas. Looks like there's really nothing for this unit to... Okay, actually the end of the turn gets a little scary. But the first thing I'm going to do is take care of... take care of the enemies. So essentially, I'm just trying to use this enemy unit as cover. This might be really painful for me later, but... Okay, now the next step here, I need to be a bit careful with my heat. But I do want to get a little chip damage in. So what I think I can do here is we can... dodge to the side. So what I want to make sure is that I end my turn in this spot at the very end. So it's not great, right? Like I'm quite exposed against this assault rifle, but what I'm sort of trying to do is just stay in constant motion, so that I'm not too vulnerable. All right, so let's see how this goes. We're actually going to have a few major events. So the first thing that we're going to see here is the shield hopefully block the missiles, and then we also want to see the kind of the quote unquote friendly tank hit its own side. And in the meantime, we want to see whether or not the fancy footwork for the longbow works. This might turn out better than I thought. Yeah, so a little concussive damage, but the shield took the worst of it. Now, obviously, I could have kept my shield up and then, you know, waited for this firing to finish. But in this case, I want to try and make the most of the turn. I only have 2 people, so. Okay, so most of the shots actually wound up hitting us. Well, maybe not most of the shots, but wasn't too great. Now, this worked brilliantly. The missiles are completely ineffective here. Looks like our shot on the aggressor here didn't do much. So the last thing I want to see now is, did we successfully get the shipment? All right, the crate's locked on. Our drone has the cords. Should be descending any second now. All right, so this is why we did this, right? We wanted to get the crate. If we want, we can retreat, but I think we have an opportunity here to make some make something of the turn. In fact, nobody seems to be bothering the longbow. So what we're going to do is we're going to move to the side here. And we are going to fire as much as we can on this enemy unit. Particularly because this gets to hit them from behind. Now, there's going to be a lot of people out for this unit's blood. I want to be kind of careful how I do this. Yeah, so they definitely want a piece of this mech. I think this gives me enough options to be comfortable next turn. Like, it's a little weak against this. Oh, this unit's ejecting. Okay. That changes everything. So yeah, we're gonna go munching tanks. Okay. So that works for me. I kind of want to see... I think we're going to start to see how many of these hit first, and then we'll move on to the... onto the shotgun attack. Okay, not great to get hit in the back, but... nothing fatal. So they ejected safely. That's going to be worth some. That's going to be worth some scrap. Came into work today. There's about 300 pounds worth of waste food due to Uber strikes. Took up. Oh man, that is, I'm sorry to hear that, Kieran. I mean, not just because of dealing with it, but like, you know, obviously, I don't know. There's just something about seeing both the expense, but also just the waste. Like, obviously. There's so many other things that food could have gone to. Sorry, I'm turning into a big old communist or something. Ask your managers why you weren't donating it, and it came down to corporate says no. Ah, that sucks. That is so... Ugh. That's really frustrating. Okay, so this unit is firing with a cannon. I actually don't mind waltzing up to them. Because that gives me the protection... from the terrain, or sorry, the terrain gives me the protection from the cannon fire. So essentially I want to open fire on this as soon as I can, and ideally, no, I can't do more than one round. And then they are going to attack me, so I've got a couple of ideas about how this might work. So first thing I want to do is fire as soon as I can. Okay, I can live with that. So then we throw our shield up. So I'm making a slight gamble that I'm going to wind up sort of crashing or otherwise dealing with this one. And, but what I really want to do here is I want to get rid of the blocker for the longbow getting involved. So we'll see how this turns out. Okay, crashing is good. Not enough to seal the deal on this guy, though. Okay, so they're focused on the tank. A little silly for me to call it a tank, I suppose, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So throw up the shield, get in close. Those are probably the two best ways that I can avoid taking the damage. And of course, we're already in a good spot for taking this one out, so really it's just a question of spacing the shots. Oh yeah, that was That was overkill. Yeah, this is a really great game for that. So I mean that played out more or less the way we wanted to. It was a little funny at the start, but I definitely feel like this was, you know, the plan working as intended. All right, so we can't take all of it. I do think the Astra is an interesting one to take with us. The firewall would also be interesting. So it's a question, do I want to go... So I can see... Yeah, I'll have to live with that. Because like, I'd kind of like to try and steal the firewall, but I'm not going to give up all the other scrap for it. Heavy armor. It looks like these units were transporting heavy armor sets. They have more integrity than medium armor, but are heavier, meaning they dissipate less heat and decrease speed. A build that plays to the strengths of such armor can be formidable. Okay, so we're going to move on and head straight to the reinforced camp. Now, I'm a little curious what it means for the Home Guard to be recovering like this. So the strength of the country's last remaining conventional defense force, Phantom Brigade Squad, is too small to hold provinces on our own, and the Home Guard has limited forces to fight, but together you can take territory. At 100% strength, you can contest... Oh, you know what? No, we're waiting for the escalation to go up. That'll happen when we hit the reinforced camp. Okay, so we can build a new mech here, so we're going to do that before we go any further. And maybe what I'll do is I'll edit the longbow and the protector just so that we can give them some hand-me-downs. This Astra is an interesting dilemma. So we've got 322 with the current weapon here. We do get a better range and less scatter. So I guess the question here is for the 30... Like, for the 30 damage, do I feel... Like, do I feel that this thing... yeah, I don't know. I tend to stick with the burst, to be honest. Yeah, no more changes there. Oh, I mean, the arrow might be interesting as a torso. But I can't take out the light plate, so it doesn't mean anything. Now these would be interesting legs. So this would be replacing, like, the total integrity is still lower, and then we lose the heat. Yeah, actually these aren't as interesting for legs. Never mind. I'm definitely not putting the heavies on these ones. I do seem to remember we had some skinny arms though. Maybe not. Yeah, so nothing new for the longbow. Protector might have something, so we'll take a quick look. So maybe I should have taken the firewall after all, but I mean, without the ability to compare it to my existing gear in the, like, at the time when we're picking up the scrap, it's, you know, I don't kick myself too much for not knowing. The tower is a tempting shield to put on. The thing is, what I would really need is barrier equivalent to the integrity that I can get, because I can handle throwing up the shield for a limited period of time and then just saying, okay, we're not able to use this thing anymore. What I can't really handle is the lower total amount of shield. Just because most of my encounters are usually over fast enough that I don't need to worry too much about the barrier coming back. Essentially, if I can mitigate the damage long enough to be able to recharge the battery, or the barrier, then it suggests to me that I should still be able to do that longer if I do get in a situation where the shield is in danger. It's not, I'll be honest, it's not the most, like, ironclad logic. but it works for me. It is kind of tempting to try this heavy torso just because the the mass isn't that bad, and I suspect I can make some of that back if I just put a standard reactor in. I don't know though, like, what does it really get me? It gets me a dodge actually, now that I think of it, but I don't know. I'm not sold on slowing this thing down. Yeah, there's not a whole lot for us to work with here. This probably means I'm going to do a lot more scrapping. But let's see what we got to work with. Okay. So, for starters, I think I'm going to go, just for the standard like medium everything. So I'm just going to put some baseline parts on it. Not like nothing heavy. And then I think we really only need one shield. So at this point, the question is, do I go for something like, do I go for the missiles? Which, in fairness, this doesn't have that much of an arc. And actually, to be honest, it's not that well, neither is the fire starter. Fire starter is okay for taking out buildings, I guess. Okay. So the most logical addition here would be a sniper. Not only because it's my best weapon, but it does actually wind up giving us something in the lineup. The other alternative is we go for something with the machine gun. Now the machine gun is meaningful. Like the machine gun does 431 damage on on a full run. Traditionally, I've put that on a heavier one because it winds up just sort of standing there and shrugging off the damage if it has to. Mind you, this one's claiming that it does 431 and it has a pretty decent concussion. What's the mass? So the machine gun is 10. Yeah, so I think the midway is a decent one. So yeah, we'll work with We'll work with this. And how are you doing? Nearly logical? Sorry, one other thing I should have done. I'm going to be a little more strict with what I take out. Oh, I thought I could mark more than one. Oh, left control multi-select, okay. Okay, so I'll hang on to the mediums, but the heavies are gone. Sorry, there is actually one other thing for me to do here. I went with my first batch here, but there may be other improvements. So the level 2 torsos I'll hang on to. This does have better heat dissipation, but only a little bit. So it turns out I'm not going to be as strict as I thought I'm going to be, but we're definitely gonna scrap some bits. Okay, arms. Okay, this works for me. Not quite sure what I'm doing with the subsystems yet. The thing is, this is a little bit like cleaning the apartment. If you do a little bit every day, like as the mess gets made, it's not a big deal. And if you let it get like bad, then it's just miserable to clean it. You also don't develop the habits that will let you keep it clean, I tend to notice. But not that I'm speaking from experience at all. But yeah, so I find that I do hoard a lot in terms of parts. So I want to be a little more careful in terms of how I approach this. But the other thing that's nice is the more willing I am to scrap, the more I can do here. So one of the first things I'll want to do is try and get another storage slot. So that's a straight up need for supplies. The alternative is to go to overdrive and stealth modes, but yeah, not where I live. It was actually quite cold today, so I was gonna try and take a nice walk home, but I had to go to the library, and it was I quickly learned that even going to the library was a terrible mistake. The thing is, I was going to get charged for not picking up a hold right away if I didn't do that. So, okay, workshop. You've collected enough supplies for a new mech frame. Build them in the workshop located on the mobile base. Consider always having some spare mech frames and pilots on standby in case you lose mechs during combat or don't have time to repair. So on that note, doesn't matter if I have the bay if I don't make the frame, so... So they might come out to meet us. Good night. Don't mind us. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Not quite sure what the deal is. Nope. Somebody got mad. All right. This may mean we have some reinforcements to deal with, but you know what? That's part of the fun. The base comes alive with the sound of boots crashing against the floor. In the hangar, an engineer shouts his instructions to the crew, and a pilot rushes to get changed. You keep your eyes trained on the battle console, settling yourself with a deep breath. All right, so we've already equipped the... so what is it? It's a blitz. Time is of the essence. Eliminate the enemies on the field to prevent them from calling for reinforcements. On-site contacts, one dropship contact, one long range. Yes, so that's from the nearby patrol. And we have the option to escape, but we're not taking it. So we have the needle. And we're adding Foxtrot. I wonder if they're keeping the music when we're in the battle. This is a particularly memorable song for me. IFF response negative, treating as hostile, requesting immediate reinforcements. Okay, so again, the name of the game here is to take him out quick. And it looks like there isn't that, take out the reinforcement tower option here. So this is really just a matter of wiping out the enemy. Now the good news is there isn't that much to take out. There's only 2 enemy ships, 5 turns, then 6 turns. So the first thing I want to do is get the... In fact, I wonder if I can just hop up on the... No. We're not that good at jumping. Ah, now this is a shame. It looks like my heat capacity isn't high enough to fire this thing without overheating. Okay, so I'm gonna take a slightly different approach here. We're gonna hop up. Oh, come on, you showed me you can do it. So that hopefully is a one and done. Okay, so the cannon is heading for the longbow. Now we've got terrain that can help us with that. The assault rifle's going for my shield. We also have terrain to help with that. Now this one's going to be the slower moving of the two, so I don't mind just sort of lumbering along. What I might do to make life a little easier for me Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We, Oh. So the big problem I have with this is that it is delaying the time at which we're approaching the enemy. But I am at least kind of getting in a reasonable position. So the last thing I can do, just because my movement is so different with the team. Figure it doesn't hurt to have an insurance policy. Oops. Wow, we took out both treads with that. So they're going to be out for most of the round, if not all of it. I am actually kind of curious what happens with the ally now. So we're not going to worry at all about the sniper. We're just going to keep with the current program. The other thing that's nice about this is that I'm in a great position with the longbow to just rain hell on this guy. So I don't have an easy way of dodging. just on the odd chance that the enemy mech doesn't crash properly. Now, this is going to be going largely into their shield, so I don't think this is going to do as much. If that's true, then maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should attack them from where it's going to have the most impact. Cool. All right, we're going to watch that in slow-mo this time. So it sucks to be that tank driver. Oh, now that I wasn't expecting, so I should have paid much closer attention to what their range is. Those towers are actually deadly, so I need to get the hell out of there right away. This fellow, quite sensibly, is going after my sniper. Fortunately, that has an easy fix. Oh, I might be throwing him into my, throwing that shot into my ally, though. Problem is I don't really have anywhere else to go. So my second best, obviously, is to use the shotgun to silence the tank. Nope, not silenced. Probably surrendering, though. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, this unit is going to be exposed to these missiles. I'm going to try and get an angle on one of these towers. So it's possible that this will count as finishing on time, or before the reinforcements arrive. Yep, no targets remain, mission successful. Okay, so we can't take everything, we can scrap everything, but we're gonna take the Svalin shield, because that's probably an upgrade for us. We'll also bring the burst, because that could be an upgrade. Everything else are heavy legs and such, so no reason to keep them. Light armor projects. It looks like these units were transporting light armor projects. Light armor sets have less integrity than medium armor, but they are lighter, meaning they dissipate more heat and allow a unit to move faster. Use these projects in the workshop to create the armor sets. Looks like it is contested. The Home Guard resistance forces are engaging the enemy all across the province. Strike the highlighted objectives to break their grip. So, resupplied unit here. We might as well take out the reinforcements. But yeah, we'll follow the missions as the game recommends. It would be nice to get a bit of repair, though, so I think we're going to lead them on a merry chase for starters. Now, the Howler, I may have... Well, let's do this the way... Okay, the Protector... Yeah, it's going to make us go slower, but this is why we put these things on these units. Okay. Overall better gun. I don't think there would be anything else for the needle at this point. So we can work with the Howler and see what comes up. So as always, we start with the... Okay, so yes, I got two Zealous... scrapping parts, so we don't actually have a fourth mech until we fight, which is fine. But I am going to lead them on a chase just so that we can get some repairs in. Got it. Alright, at your order, the base flies into action and prepares for a fight. An engineer sprints towards the bay to check on the guns, passing a scout relaying combat data through the radio. There's shouting everywhere. At your side, someone's leg bounces up and down, boot heel tapping on the grate. You feel eyes on you, awaiting your command. Suit up! Elimination mission. Patrols such as these aren't the biggest threat out there, but they can interfere with more important operations or threaten the mobile base, neutralize the enemy forces in the area. We've got on-site contacts, we've got dropship contacts, we don't have any reinforcements. Looks like it's just 2 mechs and then a group of 3, or sorry, 2 units and then a group of 3 that we deal with. We've already looked at the mechs, so now we see how the slower defender works. Now, I'm curious, for those of you who are watching, how many of you have played Phantom Brigade? We managed to outmaneuver their main force, take on these scouts, and prepare to deal with the rest. Okay, so first thing I want to see here is who's getting attacked. Looks like it's not too scary. There is a cannon here, but it would seem to me that that's a prime candidate for the sniper rifle. This unit sort of spraying at the sniper at its like longest distance, so it's really not that threatening, and I can actually move the sniper back to make it even more advantageous. I'm a little worried about the tree, but like, what am I really gonna do about that, right? Like, there's just nothing. There's nothing to be done. Now, the thing that's a little funny here is I'm actually going to be walking straight into the cannon fire, and it's just because I don't have any other options. So like, this is not my favorite move, but it's the only one that I've got available to me here. This does suggest to me that maybe I should be Actually, I think I am going to do that. So I'm going to fire this weapon early. And that's just in hopes of giving my my protector sort of a fighting chance. And then maybe what we do is when we back off... yeah, that works. That's a nice solid turn, and then we just head to the right if they decide to fire after us. Didn't know about the game until you played it. Just this recent round, or when I first started playing it? All right. So I do want to see how the sniper shot works first. You love to see it. Yeah, so a little chip damage there, but nothing we can't handle. Okay, so as expected, they're coming after this unit here. So there's a couple things that I can do. First thing I'm going to do is just move hard to the right, because it's entirely possible I just get behind the... Yeah, this is not a problem at all. I don't even need to use any of the jets or something like that. The first time. Okay, cool. Yeah, this one's a little more inconvenient, but honestly, we just get as close as we can and we fire. And the only drawback about moving the sniper back like this is there is a little bit of time for me to sort of get to that ideal position again. But I do have some time to replenish my heat. So this is where I should finish the move. So that's a minus, ooh, 72? Yeah, you know what? We'll get as close as we can before I get too clever. So that's firing later than I would want, but I can live with it. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about running around the edge and trying to take him out, so. Oh. Oh, and that's going to be some scrap. Enemy force in sight. Take them out, Commander. So looks like we either the game sort of forced the issue in terms of the reinforcements, or we were a little too late. But I'm happy to have a concussed enemy, and we will get to work on the new arrivals. So you can sort of see here, right, we're moving in at both ends. There's a slight worry here that this unit might be a bit exposed, but we do have the hill to sort of back us up. And I do think I get a cheeky little sniper shot on one of these folks as they move in. So I could try and do some stuff with jets and all that. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think we're just gonna take a natural turn and see how it turns out. Ooh, we almost took out their legs on that. So I think we get one more shot. Nope. Still, that's a great start. And they are aiming after my tank. So it's really a question of distance at this point. So nobody's threatening this unit, so I can just sort of afford to move back like this. Sorry, technically the unit is threatened. Now the one thing that I'm unfortunately not able to do is help the tanky unit. But what I can do is I can make life a little easier for my sniper. So we'll throw up the shield just to absorb the shots. And then we can move in to work on the ally. Now this gets a little more inconvenient here. In fact, you know what? Okay, so if I just move straight up like this. Okay, so this is saying that I don't get hit. It's a little doubtful, but so I'm going to change dance partners in this case. Oh, this is gross. I shouldn't have changed it. So we'll take the shot that we can, and then we're going to get into position for taking this guy out. All right, let's see how it all plays out. Okay. Turned out with that unit. This unit's already lost its arm, so any additional damage is potentially just scrapping something that we can clean up. Alright. Didn't pay attention at the end there. Alright, so the longbow's actually in a really tight spot, so what we're going to do here is we're going to... Actually, this is not the smart way to do this. There isn't really any natural cover for me to take. It's the best I can do under the circumstances. I still wind up taking more damage than I should, so I'm going to do something kind of counterintuitive here. Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Okay, so if I just dash away like so... Obviously that's a whole lot of damage to the back that I can't really afford, but... And if I do a second... Actually, if I... second jump wouldn't work like that, because then I get hit by the other stuff. But this at least takes me out of the... This takes me out of the most critical danger. Okay, and then we go lumbering along to put some hurt on this unit, and I'm hoping this unit... Oh man, we're not even close to where we need to be. Well, this is a situation of my own creation. I wasn't paying attention to how the turn was going to work. So, we're going to see the dramatic escape of the longbow. Oh. It's a lot of concussive damage. You're kidding me. Stray bullet concussed the... You know, honestly, that's on me that I didn't see if I was clear of the shot. Okay, well, we work with what we've been given. Okay, so they're just at the edge of my optimal range, so we're gonna wait out a little bit. Then we take our revenge. This one's a pretty easy cleanup job. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that the sniper can do here. I mean, we'll do our best, but that's why I like units like the longbow. It's kind of a sloppy turn, but... Okay, that wasn't enough to finish the the shot, unfortunately. So, what I want to do now is just see how soon I can get the sniper shot off. Selphea, how are you doing tonight? I did see, true to form, you were playing Sandrock. Actually, I think you were playing Sandrock with Dendrian last I saw. I didn't say hi because I wasn't sure how long I could be stopping by, but for those of you who do not know Selphea, lovely Australian broadcaster, has a lot of streamers visiting their broadcast as well as being a talented broadcaster in their own right. Putting quite a bit of time into my time at Sandrock, but is absolutely a variety broadcaster and does the co-op a lot better than I do. I'm a disagreeable person, so I do all my single player games. But it's always very good to see you. And I guess this is the first time you get to see me play something that's not Book of Hours. I don't know if it's better or worse. I actually got a very, very nice comment on Book of Hours. I don't normally like... I mean, it's a little... There's something kind of off-putting about somebody reading their own, like, press clippings and stuff like that. But this one actually made me feel really good. So I did feel like I should share, particularly if you were the person who left this comment. So this is from one of my earlier videos, which is kind of nice because I've noticed there's been a bit of a drop off in terms of the... Oh, that's a shame. Okay, something's stopping my my messages from loading, so maybe... Here we go. I think there are games that when you watch someone play, you feel as though they were made for that person. This game feels like it was made for you. The literary basis, the calming tone, the unique mechanics. I don't know if I would like this game to play myself, but I certainly enjoy watching your playthrough. So obviously I like Book of Hours a lot. Now I'm very happy that you know, Book of Hours, if anything, is a game that has been made for lots of people. But you know, it's nice when you hear stuff like that. So in any case, this was an opportunity for me to talk up Selphea, but it's also... Selphea has been a very loyal viewer in terms of watching Book of Hours, despite me not doing a very good job of explaining it, but still sticking around and watching and hopefully enjoying it. And we will be returning to that playthrough that we started on the Aganalia of Janus, so that you can see something from the very start, if that is something you are inclined to. And we have another streamer that I'm quite fond of, Oswin Meow. So, Oswin, I don't know how you felt about Soma. I know we've had some subsequent conversations about mortality that I've certainly very much enjoyed. But we got to the end of it on Monday, and that game, if you've not played it, has a really good end. So... You know, I don't want to sell you too much on the VODs or things like that, but I thought that was one I should let you know just because it might be something that touches on themes that you're interested in. Anyways, Oswin is quite an enjoyable broadcaster to watch. Well, basically just on its own, it's a fun broadcast to watch, but what I have also been able to appreciate now, mostly through Oswin Now's participation in chat, is lots of very interesting topics of conversation. And you can get that in the stream. One of the things that's nice about a streamer, of course, is when you do draw them out on a topic that they're interested in, you get to have that back and forth. But what I've really been enjoying about Oswin's streams is the playthrough of Disco Elysium. And that's one of the big reasons why I want to take the time to sort of shout this out and sort of talk it up, because I think I know Disco Elysium is a game that a lot of people have wanted to see me play, and I'm sure I will get around to it at some point. But Oswin Meow is now well into the game and further than where I've gotten in it. I have been having a really great time watching it, and because I know a bunch of people want to see me play Disco Elysium, it is nice to be able to give a recommendation for someone's channel who is covering it. So, you liked it? Interesting themes, you'll catch up with that. Okay, yeah, no, it's a good one. And I mean, the other thing, too, is if you want to play it on your own, don't feel that you need to watch the stream or not. But the stuff that really makes me excited about that game was a lot of the stuff that we covered on Monday. So I thought I would I don't know where I can again. This sounds like the worst kind of self promotion, obviously, but when I get the feeling there is something that people might like, I do feel I should take the time to bring it up. And Sylvia says, in fairness, not currently watching anything as I'm at work, but I have you talk. Fair enough. This is definitely a much more action-oriented game, Sylvia, so just assume that there's lots of really amazing stuff happening. It was too creepy to play on your own. Fair enough. I have a friend at work, and it's actually kind of fun, or it's not at work anymore because I've changed jobs, but he's someone I really appreciated. So I mean, he's got his own life. Like he goes outside and just, like I don't speak on a regular basis, but when we were talking, we both kind of went through the same program. I think he was a year after me in terms of the school that I went to. Definitely was quite good at what he did. In fact, also definitely more humble. It's kind of funny because he's actually one of the better people at the workplace that I went, like in terms of just knowing his stuff. He started in physics, and then I don't know if he fully transitioned into econ or if it was always a plan to do econ and then physics was just another thing that he did. But like he, I believe, won a prize for his like final work. And just is sort of this secret weapon that whenever I have seen him at work, he has always been underutilized. And I think it is I mean, it's the reason why I didn't really want to stick around the place that I was, because if someone like that is being underutilized, regardless of how I feel about my own treatment, seeing someone like that, I'm like, this place does not know how to prioritize effort. And I mean, again, it's always the office politics stuff, right? There's the ladder climbers, and they seem to do quite well for themselves despite the fact that they really can't claim any expertise or something even approximating knowledge on some subjects. I would say, but yeah, so what was funny was with him, I get the impression he was a little bit of a gamer, but like not a huge one. I think I wound up playing Darkest Dungeon. I think I had my laptop with me, and I was kind of like, you might be interested in this. And obviously, the Wayne June narration is a really easy point to sort of sell people on. So he's definitely gotten into gaming a bit more, which obviously I think is neat. It's been really interesting to hear his perspectives on gaming too, because like to him, the idea of waiting months to get Darkest Dungeon on a discount was just like that. It seemed very strange to him, right? It's like, I want to play this right now. Like, why would I wait, for like $10-15 off? Basically, is like, this is not that much more than a movie, and it seems like I'm gonna get lots of hours. And I kind of explained to him, it's like, this is a very unusual perspective for me to get, because most of the people I talk to are gamers, and like half of the game is trying to figure out how to give as little money as possible to the people who made it. So I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that is, I think all of us can appreciate this is what it is. So anyways, I've had a chance to sort of be able to share different things. It's been kind of interesting to see what he finds interesting in gaming. And the reason I mention this is that, first of all, Oswin is also someone who's familiar with the hard sciences. And when I told my coworker, I said, I really kind of want to recommend Soma to you, but I know you don't like. I know you don't like. I know you don't like. I know you don't like horror, but like, it is a really good story. And yeah, I haven't been able to convince him, but yeah, I there's not a whole lot of parallels to say Oswin Meow, but I would definitely say I appreciate that, and actually it's a trait that's shared with someone who I really want to encourage to play the game, but I know is a difficult one. I mean, I don't really, but like I know what you're saying, nearly logical, and I know that's a popular talking point, but I mean, these are people who own computers. Um, like, there's sort of the same argument that gets made about piracy being like a natural feature of gaming, but there have obviously been periods in which there's been higher and lower piracy. Um, and I mean, you can also just say, like, there's also a geographic argument that you can make about it too, right? People come from different regions, and some regions are more affluent than others. But the thing is that the people who want to minimize the amount that they're paying for a game, I very rarely find them among people who are not that well off. I very frequently see them among people who absolutely can afford it, and for them, it's because like what I tend to find is it's among the people who have these massive libraries of things that they haven't played. And in the end, right, like it's a question of what you're looking at. Like essentially we're all looking at the elephant and touching different, or not looking at the elephant, we're all touching different parts of the elephant and describing, entirely different things. But I don't know, it's just one of these things. Like there's always, I notice this, there's a tendency, and I don't think this is what Nearly Logical is trying to do, but I have noticed that there's always that tendency to immediately find the the most disadvantaged group and say that's why there's the behavior. And I think so the reason why I don't want to look down on that is I think that's part of good analysis, is to think about everyone that is affected by a particular choice. But the thing is that I don't really feel like when I'm wanting to talk about tendencies inside the broader gaming community, I don't think the broader gaming community is economically disadvantaged. I actually think that they are generally quite well off. Well, but see, this is that's the point I'm trying to make. Nearly Logical is that once upon a time, people would have said that wasn't a service problem. And I mean, in the end, this is Steam's saying that. Now Steam has got a better position than everyone else in terms of where they, in terms of their perspective and their unique placement in terms of gaming. But the thing is that yes, there are other. What the analogy I'm apparently failing to draw here is that the argument that people make in terms of, gamers are nickeling and diming developers because they're economically disadvantaged, is one that is easily been applied to piracy, right? Gamers are economically disadvantaged, hence they pirate games. Or they download music, or any piracy thing, but history has shown out that wasn't a very good explanation for the behavior. And likewise, I think in fact, for largely the same reasons, I would say, because obviously Steam has a very large role to play in terms of the kind of the expectations we have in terms of discounting and what developers need to do in order to participate in certain Steam sales and such. I do think that there is something that has very little to do with what people find affordable going on when it comes to people's attitudes towards discounts. Vesper says, I buy games for stream, but in private time, why not at the 7C? Well, I mean, I don't want to get on a high horse on this sort of thing, right? Like for me, it would be hard for me to say I'm well off, but I'm at a point where I can afford to pick up the game. So for my part, I feel like I would be, I'd not be doing a good thing to get rid of it. Everybody in the end is going to have to, kind of decide where they stand on it. But I mean, for me, it's just a simple, like, it's a property rights thing, right? I in the end want to see people rewarded for the effort that they put in, and I understand some people feel that the digital distribution part changes it because the cost of producing another unit is so low. But I mean, in the end, I do want to see the people who put the effort in, whether they are a very large company or whether they're a 2-person team. I do want to see the reward. But again, like I said, that is a me thing. However, anyone else feels about it is another issue. For Brazil, piracy is so prevalent because buying games is just so damn expensive. Where we go? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not here. I'm not gonna call anyone out on this stuff, but yeah. Anyways, the reason why I went down this whole rabbit hole is that my former coworker, it was very refreshing to encounter someone who basically said, that seems very strange to me to wait so long for such a small discount, because the most common attitude I hear among gamers is not that. The most common attitude I hear is, what is the smallest possible amount I can pay for this game? And that the process of maximizing that discount, maximizing consumer surplus if you are economically inclined, that is part of the experience of being a consumer of games. I'm not entirely sure it's the healthiest one, although I'm not going to I'm not going to turn around and say people should pay more for games. Like, obviously, if the game is going to be discounted and you're not going to play it right away, it's foolish not to take advantage of a sale. I just, in general, think that there is a tendency for people to have somewhat unrealistic expectations in terms of what games should cost. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want these. I guess I needed another arm for my replacement mech. I'm at the point here where getting some more variety would be good. And I guess we have to scrap the tactical. Tactical's a good sidearm, though. I don't know. We'll run with it. Okay. Sorry, I got to do this in a different order. So. Same weight, not as good for concussion. Yeah, we'll give it the spark. Now, unfortunately, I can't put the light plate on this. This is a really tough one for me because it does cause us to drop our speed quite a bit. I am going to see, though, if maybe I can put a better reactor on this one. No. I did not receive anything for Valentine's, no. No problem, Osmond Mail. I'm always happy to have you. Always happy to have you here. Yeah, one of my it took one of my coworkers mentioning that it was Valentine's Day for me to even recognize it. So I don't know. Maybe I should have bought myself a cookie or something like that. But I got nothing. Trying to work on art for Valentine's Day. Yeah, actually, sorry, I don't know. I was busy shouting everyone out, and I didn't talk about Vesper. You were doing an art. Were you doing an art stream recently, or was that Lord Gloom I was thinking of? I'm getting my streamers mixed up now. You were okay, good. Because I hadn't seen you do an art stream, but I think you mentioned that you did that. So if as long as I don't lose the heavy class, this actually makes a lot of sense to throw this one on. Not so good on the heat dissipation, but then the point of this mech is more to... I guess we have a little bit of barrier that we can regenerate. Yeah, we'll make it a big beefy. I don't think we need any more heat generation on this one. In fact, if anything, we need to find a way to get rid of... Well, you know, the standard reactor is going to be the way to fix that, so... although I guess... You know, the more I think of it, we haven't really been hurt by the fact that we overheat, so... No worries, Vesper. I know that was a little... I feel a little bad about it just because the, it was almost like an afterthought, and I know I always, talk you up a bit more than I did, but unfortunately this is me getting drawn into the wonder that is Phantom Brigade, so... I think you already count a few of these viewers among your adoring fans, though, so I guess I don't feel, like, 100% bad. Okay. So, there's a debate as to whether or not I should actually worry that much about the armor for these arms, because this is going to be a unit that's at, like, long range. But I don't know, it works. So... We've got the currently named Howler. So... I guess the question here is what kind of weapon do I want to equip them with? So I could go for something long range. I mean, if I could go by highest DPS, and that would be the... machine gun. Well, the Sun Swarm actually does a fair amount too. I kind of wanted to go for the machine gun. Roughly the same heat buildup. You know, the funny thing is, there's actually, if you take a look at the curve for the range on this machine gun, it's kind of hard to say that it's necessarily better than the Sun Swarm. So let's actually get some variety in here. I'm not crazy about what this is going to do to my weight, but I think we'll also add the cluster just so that it's we can I don't know, we'll try and make it make it a mech for all seasons. Sure, thanks, Alfea. I should. I'm kind of bad at Discord just because, like, I've joined too many of them, and I just don't participate in most of them. But it's always nice to, like, you know, it's like any, like, you know, the people who are here, and, you know, when you have an interesting conversation with people inside of the like, I don't know, you get a measure of people, whether it's watching their stream or, you know, or having them in chat. And, like, obviously those are the kinds of people you want to join a Discord with. In fact, Sweeps the Pillow Clean was very nice, made an exception to the rules, because I think for her Discord you need to have like a mobile phone. It's the verification thing, right? It makes a ton of sense because you don't want to be harassed. But the thing is, I don't trust Discord at all. So I'm not giving him my phone. In any case, she was. I think this actually might have been Nearly Logical's doing for bugging her to come on and do a reading. In any case, yeah, I do try to break my antisocial tendencies. So is your Discord on your Twitch page, Sophia? If not, feel free to DM me on whatever platform you want with the details, and I will join accordingly. And I am sorry I made you ask rather than join naturally. Okay, so I'm... Oh, we didn't name this thing. Just 1 second here. I am looking for the proper... Oh, come on. Okay. This one doesn't quite... Okay, we'll go for it. I was trying to do something a little more clever, but I've got my team. Speaking of compromised, I had someone in the Russian Federation signing in on my Steam account, apparently, so that was a good time to change the password. So we could probably make much more progress at this base here, but... Alright, so I think I'm at a spot... let's go... We'll scrap this one. Yeah, I'm gonna be strict about these things. Mostly strict. The green legs I might hang on to. Okay, hang on a second. I was originally going for the expanded storage, but clearly we have 4 mechs, so let's instead go for overdrive. Gonna need some time to recharge, but... Part of this is because now, instead of it being sort of an infinitely lived insurrection, you actually do have this this ticking clock. Now, I don't think it's going to be enough for me to, like, lose something that I would have normally won, but I don't want to treat it like it's infinitely lived either. So, pin drop. The base is tense and quiet. You can hear the rat-a-tat of guns in the distance, and smoke is thick just ahead of you. One of your pilots tries to break the tension with a joke, but there is only nervous laughter in response. As you get closer to the fight, you see burning mechs, but they are too damaged to tell which side they might have belonged to. You all turn your eyes away. The home guard sent out a distress signal, an engineer says. Are we going to answer it? Suit up. Liberation mission. Take back the settlement occupied by the invasion forces. Avoid damage to civilian structures. And again, these have changed. So avoiding damage to civilian structures means all civilian structures, which means these are a liability. So Kilo's a bit worse for wear. Kongsberg. Careful, do not damage key civilian locations. We are here to protect them. So in terms of the direction for the battle, it's mostly working for me in terms of protecting buildings. This move, not so good, although hopefully the fact that they're using a missile launcher will mean most of the damage to the buildings is dealt with. The problem is that there's really not a whole lot for me to protect myself with. So I'm going to do my best with what I've got, but like right now, I'm going to go for some basics like, hey, let's try and take out as many tanks as we can. And this unit in particular, I want to make sure I'm moving far away from the action. So, I've had better targets, but I don't know. I got to work with what I've been given. Now this one might get a little interesting because if I can move up like so. That really doesn't work. I think I'll just keep my distance and we'll fire some rockets at people. Okay, for the longbow, kind of want them in and doing things as soon as possible. Now the good news here is it doesn't seem like they're being oh, they are. Okay, so I gotta change things around a little bit over here. So I just want to move... Oh, hang on. All right, not quite sure that was... I think that could have been done better, but... All right. I mean, this is the best I can do. Like we've obviously got a lot of stuff coming after us, so I'm gonna be interested to see how this turns out. Okay, that's good. That's actually gonna crash into the back unit as well. So this unit's hitting its ally in the back. This unit's going as far away from the damage as it can. These rockets are going to be landing on this tank. And then the unit that's taking the most damage is the one that's got its shield up, which is exactly how it should be. Does this kill it? No! We only get to see the start of that. I don't even know who these missiles are for. It could actually be for the... It could be for the unit with the big shield. I'm thinking... Okay, so who are they pointing that thing at now? Okay, so it looks like that is going to hit the side of the building. That's probably going to cause a lot of damage to the buildings. Now, I would love to change how this is working, but I've got another wonderful opportunity to cause a friendly fire incident. So I gotta go where the turn is taking me. Okay, so this unit... I wonder if I can get away with just moving up like so. I mean, there is a risk here, right? In the sense that this thing might turn around and decide it doesn't like the cut of my jib. Okay, so Kilo, we're going to try and move off to the side. You know what? That's not going to matter. Lord Gloom has been with us for a full quarter already. Thank you very much. We were actually just talking about you because I saw Vesper doing an art stream, and then I had this moment of doubt because I thought maybe that was you that I was talking about. But for those of you who are not familiar, Lord Gloom is somebody that we found through a Brace Yourself published game called Cobalt Core. But another very talented streamer, somebody who I've mostly seen play, Escape from Tarkov most recently, but it has been a while, at least in terms, the last thing I saw you do was art, so I don't know if you have moved on to greener pastures or if it's all Tarkov all the time now. But anyways, I feel like I spend more and more time shouting out very good streamers, but this is also because there are more really good streamers who are visiting, and that is one of the it's one of the perks of being being on, well, not just being on Twitch, but being on Twitch with these kinds of games. There is a nice community that's built around these things. You are absolutely right, Lord Gloom. I forgot that, actually, because I remember I was going to give a wisecrack about how the most powerful card in Magic the Gathering is your credit card. And then I saw it was the paper one. And that's technically still true, but it's a little less clever when I... it's a little less clever when, you know, when it's the physical one. Anyways, thank you for reminding me. I feel like a complete... I feel very insincere when I don't remember the most recent thing that someone has played. Because, like, I'm sure most of you have experienced something like this, where there's somebody who, like, you have not heard from in ages. And they're like, oh yeah, so-and-so, like, you're still the, like, Quake 2 player, right? And it's like, you haven't played Quake 2 since, you know, 10 years or whenever the RTX version came out. Or like maybe it was a stream that you only did once and like it's obvious that they've only ever seen that one broadcast from you. I find that just generally very awkward. Obviously it's nice when people are like being nice, but I don't know, I feel like it's stolen valor if someone's trying to pretend to be like your best friend and they can't tell you the most basic things about you. So I'm always a little self-conscious of that when I shout out someone, you know, something I genuinely enjoyed that they were doing, and it turns out that they've done like 2 or 3 other things in between. So I don't know. I think I'm just perpetually afraid of embarrassment. But not to be outdone, we've got Algrin's here for his arc, and honestly, I mean, I demand your money as much as possible, Algrin's. No, but the I have mixed feelings about this, right? Because if it is to my advantage that Twitch creates a lot of these very gamified things. So like obviously there's that countdown that we're looking at the top of the screen there. They do a lot of things to make you want to spend money on streams. But the thing is that I still have this really old-fashioned belief that I like products that make you spend money on them because you're getting value, and I really dislike the kind of I'm gonna social engineer another transaction out of you approach, right? So like I'm sure we are just a couple of years away from like when we're at the like 1 minute mark on the hype train that all of a sudden some like little animated figure with big glassy eyes and like, you know, an inverted U, you know, for a mouth is just looking at you, pleading for you to spend a little bit more money. Like that sort of stuff I think is transparently manipulative, and I feel bad whenever I am subjected to things like that. Like my immediate reaction is always to say like, what do you take me for? It's like, honestly, it's the incremental transaction version of like a commercial with a woman in a bikini. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm not saying I don't even like to see that sort of stuff. I just kind of wish that they would be a little more subtle about the thing, right? Or I don't know, a dude in a bikini would be an even more exciting one. So, you know, need to appeal to all tastes. But woman in swim trunks? Sorry, I'm trying to come up with every possible combination now. Anyways. But no, like I think we all have an idea in the back of our head of what like the lowest common denominator. Thank you, Lord Gloom. as I'm busy trashing the idea of a hype train. You know, you very kindly contribute to that. So thank you very much, Lord Gloom. I do appreciate it. But no, so like this is the thing, right? Like I don't want to get to a point where like somebody's coming in and I realize that, you know, Algrins is sort of doing some tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, there you go. There's we've already got an animation up here saying it's like, oh no, you missed the train. But yeah, no, it's just one of these things. I never feel people should apologize for not you know, not subscribing to the channel, right? Like, it's nice when people do it. It does help me keep the stream going. You know, it's not like this is a hobby, but it's nice. I do pay up for the internet so that I can, you know, I can maintain the quality of the stream that I do. But yeah, I never feel like, I really do not like the idea that and it feels like Twitch has gotten a little more aggressive with this because they're just trying to make money. Not that they ever weren't trying to make money, but it's like just obvious. I think you've all noticed, like, the site has gotten a lot more aggressive in its monetization lately. And yeah, it's just one of these things where if I can, I would really like it if you can I don't know, like I like it when it's a pretty direct transaction of, here is this thing of value I'm giving you, you know, pay me a fair amount in return and let us go about our day. And generally when it's a situation where people even jokingly feel like they need to apologize for not, you know, not hitting the magic game button that Twitch wants them to, I don't know, I just feel it's kind of nice to push against that. Okay. Now that I'm done lecturing you all about the evils of commerce. Actually, I probably sound like somebody who's a lot more, I am very buttoned down in terms of my attitudes to a lot of business things. But I don't know, I think it's just, I think that's why I feel particularly annoyed when certain tactics come up, just because I'm sort of like, look, I was with you up to this point, and now you're just taking advantage, and I'm mad about it. Anyways. Oh, I'm sorry, Kieran. I don't know what happened there, but thank you for whatever contribution you made nonetheless. I realize that sounds super insincere and like bad, but whatever it was didn't seem, well, you said no notification, so apologies for not giving you credit. Okay, I don't think it would hurt. So again, we're not expecting the missiles to really cause that much of a problem. So I'm thinking maybe we... Oh, that's not so good. Okay. Move a little closer. Take a pop at the tank. And then I do want to allow for the possibility that some of these missiles are going to create a problem, so then we'll get a little dash in as well, just to make my life easier. So, yeah, Kilo's running in, trying to clear out the tank, and then the missile launcher. We've got our tank, our shield bearer, kind of doing their protection thing. Here we're just trying to narrow, so if we can just turn this into a whole, like if this can be the focus of the battle, then basically we win. So right now I want to sort of clean up the stuff at the edges. And then the beam here, I'm trying to sort of rationalize this weapon, because the beams have sometimes worked very well for me, and they've sometimes been a complete pain. But before we do anything, I want to see what these missiles wind up doing. So here we go. Not that impressive, is it? Great looking game, though. I am scared to death these two are going to wind up colliding with each other. So I probably should have looked where I was firing before I did any of this. But this is doing exactly what it's supposed to. So that actually took out the enemy there. Which is going to make it really interesting once the beam gets started, because I think we're actually shooting at this guy. Alright, both wound up concussed. Cool. Concussions for everyone. We can speed it up. It's gonna be good for scrap. Okay, so what are we working with here? First of all, let's take a look at the buildings. I mean, they've taken some damage for sure, but nothing's collapsing yet. So our focus should be on this missile unit. It's definitely going to be defanged now that the battle's getting into closer quarters, but we still we don't want to get lazy with this. So where I can, I want to sort of hit them from behind. That's for that concussive damage. And then this is the threat to this unit here, and that's starting right away. So the good news is, though, that its center is quite weak. Alright, that's not so good, actually. And that's firing at me with an assault rifle. I think I'm gonna have to go for a second best here. I'll get myself some distance, and then what we do is when the bad guy shows up, we just hit him with the beam. Okay. It's not pretty, but now I'm a little worried about this because I actually think this is going to cause some significant damage to the building, but I do actually need to participate in the fight at some point, so I am potentially creating some pain for myself doing this. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to wait till the last possible second, and then we're going to dash away from those missiles. Okay, that's too late. Cool. Yes, Keel has taken some damage, but it's not as bad with the concussive as last time. Trying to figure out what happened here. I think I'm gonna have to rely on the replay for that. Okay, I'm hoping we don't take out too much more because, again, we've got a lot of concussions here. So really, we're just waiting to clear out the... Oh, I see what happened here. The sniper shot. Yeah, it's really just these two, and then we're done. So, I do have some plans for that. So my best bet is to go around the edge, even though that means that I sort of give up the turn here. So it looks like they are focused on this unit. I can live with that. So again, we just kind of go rolling in. And what I'm really looking to do here is I'm looking to close the distance. I don't even care if I take that much damage. And I don't even care if I do that much damage. This is really just about giving the enemy something to think about while I position myself to make them sad. Okay, I think we can do this one at full speed. Speaking of sad, we did not get anything on that cannon. I say cannon, I should have said tank. Obviously, I don't want friendly fire here, so I'm going to delay that shot a little bit. This unit wound up taking a bit more damage than I was expecting. Alright, we didn't Team America this too much. Like, there's someone with a roof who's kind of mad at us. And, well, I guess they don't have a roof anymore, but, yeah, there's a couple of people who are grumbling about the Phantom Brigade, but I'd say overall we did okay. Alright. So, first thing I want to do... Actually, you know what? Let's just try and get everything with a pretty color on it. And then if I have to scrap... Yep, we do have to scrap. Should have saved 15% with Geico home insurance. This is why you need to stop by the Vesper Fortune. So, I mean, this is the one thing. I noticed that Vesper kind of likes to play being... You know... I don't know, like I don't want to say like playing dumb, because I don't think he exactly does that, but he definitely discounts his wit and his virtues. But this is one thing that I actually quite like, whether I'm hanging out with him or whether he's hanging out here. Vesper does a good job of adding a little extra each time I do something in the game. All right, so the problem here is I really don't want to give up any of this stuff. I suppose if I give up the Nox legs, I can get 10 to scrap these ones. Old hidden workshop. One of the farm's engineers tells you that he used to tinker with mech parts before the war. He thinks there might be some modified parts left in his workshop hidden on the other side of the valley. You should scout around to see if you can find it. That sounds like a great idea, but perhaps not when we're in the middle of liberating the province. Now, I'm a little conscious of the time, so I've got about another hour, and if we do get to the liberation of Ostbeggar Weil, this means that we get to see one of the new boss fights, and in fact, this will be new for me as well. But I am feeling a little drowsy, and I could use a break just because I know I started later than what I normally want to start with. But I also, I went from, task to task to task. I haven't really, stopped to have a bit of a rest. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a small break. I am going to put the kettle on for some tea. I will not subject you to the Orwell tea essay again. But I am going to have a small break here, however long it takes me to boil some water, which means it is now time for the advertising. For those of you who have been waiting for a Skip the Dishes ad or maybe a Ford Focus, your time has come. For the rest of you, I would recommend maybe getting up, have a stretch, get a glass of water, do something. I will try to be back as soon as I can, but I am going to I'm going to pay the rent. Also, I'm also going to stop the pre-rolls for anybody who stops by. So we'll see you all in a little bit. I am extremely sorry about how long that took. I had to deal with something in between. All right. So, what do we have here? Cured says, your manager came in early with a giant metal thing he wants washing, grazes you with it. You go back to washing, get a really bad itch. It's the chemicals on your open... Oh, no. I'm really sorry to hear that, Cured. I appreciate you all sticking around, by the way. That was a longer break than I was planning. Okay, so I don't think I equipped the new gear, but here's what I'm thinking. We take the base first. We'll suit up... Ooh. We'll see if we can give that a... No, I don't think we're going to be able to give that thing the slip. Alright, well... Oh, hang on. Let's give him a merry chase. Now we can go after the security unit. Hopefully. Into the fray, the base comes alive with the sound of boots crashing against the floor. In the hangar, an engineer shouts his instructions to the crew, and a pilot rushes to get changed. You keep your eyes trained on the battle console, settling yourself with a deep breath. Suit up. It's actually not that bad, so here's the squad. Oh, it's also a raining mission. That's always a fun one. So I think we're going to keep the longbow doing its longbow thing. We'll see if we can get a better... So light plate makes it hard for me to switch any of these out. For the legs... I have no idea why this is so good. But these Nox legs are better. And they also have the generator, which is nice. Okay, I think I prefer this left arm. Because the thing is, like, the left arm, that's not a huge loss if when it comes right down to it. All right, that works better. So the other thing I wanted to focus on was heat dissipation for this unit, because the whole idea is we want to fire as much as we can with the assault rifle. Now, for the protector, first thing I want to take a look at is this shield. So we've got this Ajax shield here. We can get some more mobility, but I'm not convinced that replacing the Svalin is the answer here. It is a little tempting to consider the machine gun. Obviously, this thing does ridiculous damage compared to the shred shotgun, but I do like the idea of having this this unit sort of run in and throw its weight around. So we're gonna... Can you remove an arm or a leg, or do you have to have... You have to have a complete mech cured. I also tried fielding a squad of only shields once before, and the game wouldn't actually let me do that. So what I did was I gave them sidearms that I never used. So yeah, the game expects a full mech. At least last I checked. It is fair to say that there has been an update to the game, so I always want to be careful that I'm not... I don't know. I dislike it when people speak with a authority that isn't earned. So to the best of my knowledge, let's say, that's how it works. Okay, I might replace the arm, but I want to... This is protected by the shield, so I want to take a look and see what's available with my my other mechs first. I think I'm going to focus on the Helios first and then the Needle. So first of all, this one I'm actually going to try with the machine gun. Too slow. I'm a little worried about the heat for this one, but these are better legs. Improvements to mass are definitely a high priority. Would have been nice to work on the heat dissipation, but honestly, I'll settle. So this is a bit of a risky one, right? Because this is going to be standing and firing that machine gun, but I want to see if I can make this work. Okay, so no change to the weapon. I seem to have a better sidearm here. Oh no, hang on, because of the heat. That's why I didn't use that other one. I don't hate this one. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the Protector, see if we have any improvements off of that. And again, we're going to do some proper cleaning, so I guess I can ditch the burst here. Don't see myself using the Hurricane. We've got 2 sharps. All right. Those are all good to go. I'm going to hang on to one sidearm because I might want to ditch the missile. Let's say barrier reinforce. Anything that makes the mechs heavier, I'm going to get rid of. There we go. Again, trying to keep things tidy in the workshop. I should say, Cured, one thing you can do to sort of have it halfway, there is quite a bit of customization in the game, so if you wanted the equivalent of removing an arm, what you'd probably do is just put the lightest bit of equipment you have on, and then there's some weight reduction that you can do. Effectively, you can render the piece useless. I probably should have said that earlier. Okay. I had some trouble finding the bad guys. So we've got... they also have a machine gun. Shotgun and an assault rifle. Okay, so this one I need to be a little careful of, but if we can get rid of these two, particularly with them running down the middle, that's a nice opportunity for us. So we're going to let this unit do a flank. I was hoping I could do more than one shot. All right, well, can't always get what you want. I think on this one I'm going to settle to take the shot that I can. Okay, now am I going to get smacked in the back of the head while I... Yeah, I'm definitely going to. All right. So I'm curious if I'm able to dash my way into a good position. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is avoid getting taken out by my own sniper, but I do still want to have a nice shot down the middle to like what you can see here basically is that we've got this nice shot on the enemy weapon. Oh, Shots, thank you for coming in and saying thank you to Lord Gloom. Yes. It just occurred to me all the House fans are probably... Well, not just House, but I feel that got used a lot in the TV show House. Or immediately have that song stuck in their head. Doing well. Tired. The new job is definitely getting some used to in terms of the commute, but I'm very happy with where I've wound up. So, and I'm going to be contributing. Like, so there's quite a bit of training at the start, but it's really clear. Like, we had a couple of kind of big breaks just in terms of some of the stuff that was keeping me from fully going in, and I sort of had my first one-on-one with my direct supervisor, and it's really clear sort of what my next few steps are going to be. So I mean, there's the problem, right, where like right now I'm I'm pure promise. Whereas now, I'm very quickly going to be getting to the point where people actually see what I'm capable of, and I'm almost certainly going to disappoint as a result. But yeah, I'm happy to be doing the work as opposed to the prep for the work. Like, you want to respect the onboarding process. You want to respect the work people have put into it, but there's definitely some of the training where I'm sort of like, I don't think it's bad that you're telling us about these things, but 6 hours worth is maybe a bit much. So 6 hours is maybe an overstatement, but anyways, let's see how this turn goes. We're not colliding with ourselves, so that's a plus. Oh, that's great. Okay, so this thing does overheat, unfortunately. This unit doesn't know what to do with itself, so we're gonna push the advantage where I can. But I also want to give myself the option to retreat. Because obviously if that thing turns around and decides that the longbow is a good target for the machine gun, I want to get out of the way. This is an assault rifle. Honestly, the best answer here is just to throw up the shield. One thing I could do is just walk over it. Actually, you know what? That's probably the smartest answer. Alright. And then as far as the machine gun's concerned, there's not a whole lot more to do. I think maybe what I'll do is stand in the background, so that way if it tries to do anything funny, the longbow can move to the side, and then the machine gunner can take it out. It's a thing of beauty. That almost took it out too. So crash is good, but we still want, we do actually still want to, okay, the concussion worked. All right. So we'll keep the Nox, we'll keep the arrow. I don't think it's bad to have another sidearm. Obviously doing that limits what I can potentially get. Like, so the more full parts I take, the less I can get in terms of scrap, but right now I'm basically still trying to come up with my best team. So this is slightly smaller, but definitely not an improvement. Well, let's just make sure that we don't have any other improvements. Yeah, so the light plate is really hard to pass up. This one is tempting, though. Okay, glad we did that. I mean, this is basically the same torso, so yeah, we're gonna hold off on that. We can get some more mobility and heat dissipation at that, so this one less so. I'm still going for it. This is generally better. I don't think I have a standard reactor. I'd be tempted if I could switch... Well, let's just see. Yeah, I don't have a standard reactor, so I'm not going to ditch the torso, but for the right arm... I'm not crazy about replacing what I did, but not so sure about the heat sink. Okay, so there's definitely some stuff that I can scrap here. So this can go... Maybe we can ditch the fire starter. Definitely getting rid of the arms. And I think we said we were going to keep the upper body. And in terms of upgrades, so if I want, I can go for stealth. It might be a little early for that. I can also try the advanced assembly. That is tempting, although I haven't been building that much, so maybe improving the capabilities of the base makes a little more sense first. Yeah, so we'll go after the base first. So first thing I'm going to do here is go to stealth, and that way the process of going to overdrive to close off the last little bit. There we go. Base combat. Bases are the most challenging military structures to defeat. Be sure that you're ready before you attack. It's wise to tackle roaming units in neighboring regions before you choose to assault a base in some cases. You've received intel that units in the base are using brand new technology, regenerative armor. This armor is capable of absorbing damage over and over if left undisturbed for more than a few seconds. Might be worth focusing your fire on one mech at a time to prevent this. Suit up. Garrison sweep. A swift and decisive strike should dissuade the enemy from trying to hold this base. Quickly eliminate the garrison on site. Expect static defenses and potential reinforcements. And it is dense. The location provides a lot of cover, but might complicate attacks. Bait the enemies to get a line of sight or use indirect fire weapons. So we've already gone through our loadouts. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. Okay. So realistically, what are we up against? Though, first of all, the turrets are a lot scarier, particularly when I'm contending with missile launchers. The denseness really is not helping me here. So if I had the beam, this would have been great. The one thing that is working in my favor is we've got this this little bit in the way. So I think we want to... Ooh. What I'm kind of trying to do here is prep, or I'm trying to dodge the attacks as much as I can, and then prep to catch these two in the alley of death. Whether that works is a whole other question, but now, my preference would be to use the sniper rifle as soon as I possibly can. I genuinely don't know if this is going to do the trick. Well, you know what? I am a lot less scared of that unit. Yeah, I'm actually so confident in this, I'm gonna I'm gonna hit him twice. And let's see if we can flank with so they were focusing on me. Okay, so this isn't exactly how I plan to spend the turn, but you know what? If we can keep on that tank, I'm still happy. kind of interested what's happening here, but I also want to see what happens on that other end. Okay, so that looks like that's more or less turned out. Yeah, this guy didn't take any damage at all. Although I didn't see why I'm crashing. Apparently I collided with one of my people. Oh man, yeah, I was not thinking at all on that one. Okay, so first thing we want to see is is this unit... Okay, this unit is being attacked, but only at the very end of the turn. So we're going to get them into position. We'll let her rip on the enemy here. Now, my preference would be to try and get away here, but I think the problem is that I wind up exposing my back at exactly the wrong time. So what I'm doing instead, I'm going to move to the side, but while we do that, I'm actually going to move my protector in to, you know, kind of deal with this. Yeah, so I mean, it's not the most exciting turn to take with this unit, but it does something very useful. So now the next question is there something that this unit can realistically target? The answer is no. So my next best is go around the edge like so. If I can get a cheeky little snipe on the side there. Ooh. I don't like the idea of overheating, but I dislike the idea of friendly fire even more. We're probably going to have a friendly fire situation anyway, but it's the best I've got. All right, and then let's not make the mistake we did last time. This time I'm just gonna run straight into the fight, assuming I don't, you know, zap myself with my own sniper. All right, let's see how that goes. This is definitely working as intended. We just may not be able to deliver the finale. I'm pretty sure we hit our own guy there. But we did take this unit out. Oh man, we almost took out our own unit's legs. Okay, so this thing's not going to attack until later. So this is the time for our revenge. We'll do as much as we can Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go around the edge here. Because that shotgun's still good for stuff. And then what I can do as a... Like, again, it's the same old switch dance partners strategy again. Essentially, this other unit is going to be focused on the protector, so this opens up an opportunity for the longbow. Now, this unit is focused on the sniper. So that works for me in this case. So essentially we just stay behind the tower until the time is right. But I've got a nice big machine gun ready to go. And it's in more or less in perfect condition. Like, there's a couple things that might be nicer. I'm just going to adjust the placement. Like, I even if I have to give up a little bit of accuracy, I'd rather not be anywhere near the stray bullets. But yeah, so I mean, this gives us... I'm sacrificing a bit of accuracy to stay behind this, but honestly, I prefer that to trying to run around the edge. And then, if there's not a whole lot that this defender's doing with the sniper rifle... I mean, the real question is there a way that I can get a good shot on it? Not without potentially hitting the protector again. So in this case, I think we'll settle for the turn as I've currently built it. Okay, they're concussed. Not enough to finish the job, but... And looks like they are gonna make... So what are they shooting at? Turns out this unit is going to be targeted, so let's vamoose. So I'm thinking what we do here. This is mostly just for fun, but I do get to move my sniper back. So just in time for their arrival, we actually have a perfect shot on them. So as for a battle that it was kind of warning us, hey, you might want to get a little stronger, wasn't that hard. I will try the sniper rifle just because that might be an upgrade, but for the rest of this, I think we scrap and scrap and scrap. Wow. I didn't appreciate that a base took them down that far. Okay, so we're going to move on the village. We have some upgrades that we want to do, but we also have repairs we want to do. So I'll focus on the repairs first. And then where I can... Alright. Now we should focus on the units. Okay. So longbow is kind of the playmaker, so I am going to focus on getting this one set up first. I am assuming we don't have standard... Yeah. So in this case, I'm not really willing to give up... Well, we do have the... So this thing is 9-1. Okay, this is technically lighter. Although I think 28 might be the fastest you can make this thing. Well, there's a fairly straightforward way to check that. It's 27 now. You know what? Let's not mess around with that too much. I think there are other mechs that can... This Nox is kind of tempting. So if there's anything that needs the heat dissipation, it's the Helios. But I'm gonna live with this. So I'm not quite sure why I went for the dice in retrospect, because this is a green sniper. I don't like the drop to heat capacity for these, so these are pretty much non-starters. Better mass, worse heat dissipation. I think I'll take it. And yeah, I mean, this thing's at long range, so I don't need to worry as much about the armor. Which brings me to the protector. Better mass on this one. And I can afford it because it's behind the shield arm. So I'm going to take one more minute just to make sure that I can't upgrade anything with the arms. Okay, so I'm scrapping all the arms, not scrapping the torsos. And then this one goes. Yeah, and I haven't decided about these torsos yet. Okay, upgrades. So I can improve the base's mobility, or I can try and go for advanced assembly. I am slightly more inclined towards improving my base mobility. So with overdrive, improves the base's vision, range, and overdrive mode by installing image stabilizers to counteract the vibrations. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to go for advanced assembly. Alright, onto the village. So I'll probably... It's not advisable for me to be going later, but in this case... Oh, we've got a battle site, but we should be able to finish the job. So I'm probably going to wind up streaming later because we're just at the edge of starting a boss fight. The base is tense and quiet. You can hear the rat-a-tat of guns in the distance, and smoke is thick just ahead of you. One of your pilots tries to break the tension with a joke, but there is only nervous laughter in response. As you get closer to the fight, you see burning mechs, but they are too damaged to tell what side they might have belonged to. You turn your eyes away. The Home Guard sent out a distress signal, an engineer says. Are we going to answer it? So we've already worked this out. We have friendly contacts, so 2 squads, and then we've got two allies, so this should be a pretty straightforward liberation mission. Take on the enemy while minimizing damage, avoid damage to civilian structures. We need to be careful here, Commander. Trying to minimize damage. These are people's homes. Local resistance forces will be here to help soon. Okay, so we don't start off with the allies. That's interesting. So, it's 6 turns. But I can definitely see us taking this out in less than 6 turns. So they've got a machine gun, the marksman's going to be a problem. Shotgun less so. Cannon and an autocannon. So this is... one of these is clearly sniper fodder. But I do need to actually get into a good spot for it. This big guy's just gonna run in and do his thing. I could do things to try and mitigate the damage, but honestly, like, the whole purpose of the Protector is to just run in and draw fire, so they are performing... they're performing their function. Alright. So I do kind of want to take advantage of the fact that this unit is attacking. The really tough one here is going to be the machine gunner. So I want to get in quickly so we can start the fight. The problem is if I go too fast, I overheat. Well, it's not ideal, but let's see what happens. That was terrible. Alright, they're going for the longbow right away. So not super surprising that the tank's going after the machine gunner. I'm going to do my best to silence it, but I don't fancy my chances. So I'm going to see the fight to completion. And I think I'm going to change the strategy a little bit. So I need to give space for the sniper. But I figure what I can do here is I can try and keep the distance from the tank and then try and give myself some distance to work with on the enemy unit. And then what that hopefully does here is that's hopefully going to create an opening. So I'm going to work with this. So I'm hoping what I'm hoping here is I have an opening to attack this while its weapon side is sort of facing me. Okay, so this shotgun's still doing its thing. I'm going to need to extend the shield for a little longer. And actually the smartest thing I can do here is just wait. Well, maybe move up a little bit, but... because at the end of this I get to turn around and... oh, actually looks like everybody hates me. So this is a unit with a marksman. I do actually need to take that seriously. So maybe what I do instead... yeah, we move back. And it's friendly fire. Cool. So let's make sure I'm not colliding with anything. We're so close to taking this thing out. That's working as intended. There we go. All right. So potential collision about to happen. Let's actually watch that in full speed. Okay. So this unit is going to focus on the machine gunner. Basically, it's a revenge. So one option I have here is moving up, and we just try to have a good old showdown. This marksman rifle can do 360 damage, which is not enough to kill me, but it is enough to destroy just about every other part that I have. I, on the other hand, can do... Yeah, I'm gonna go for the big bold fight on this one. And then for this unit, I don't really like the fact that I'm going to be focusing down on its shield side. But I'm not sure I have too many options. I mean, I can... Obviously, I'm making an effort here in terms of the shotgun. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an adventure, I think. So the last question here is, I've got the sniper shot right now, but I really need to be thinking about where I'm going to be next turn. So maybe we find a new position. So I'm kind of assuming that this mech is down at this point. This is the showdown I'm really waiting to see. That was a big hit that it just took. This is very silly. Okay. So I'm kind of curious to see how the rest of the turn turned out. So more or less as expected. Like this building is obviously getting pounded. So we have this tank to sort out, and then the shotgun mech is the real menace. So it's going to be focusing down. Actually, everybody hates the protector, so I can work with that. Now, what I want to do here, I want to be very careful in terms of how I move this, because I have an opportunity to really make this sing. So this turn's more or less all about defense. I am going to get a cheeky little shot off at the end here. But again, the reason why I want to focus like this is I have this opportunity with my sniper to attack this unit on the weapon side, and being able to attack on the weapon side means that I'm able to it basically means that I can potentially eliminate it much faster than the alternative. So for instance, like with this mech, if I was able to just get one hit on the right arm, that I wouldn't have needed to worry about any of that. But because I didn't, you know, I have, you know, I had to have that kind of scary showdown. Alright, well, I don't see any reason to get into the scary range with the shotgun, so we're gonna move out and around. And then I'll be in a position to take on the tank if I need. So I'm not crazy about the fact that I don't seem to be doing much with the longbow. There we go. There we go. That's what it looks like when you take out the right arm. Okay, so this pilot's going to eject. Looks like they are focusing down the... Oh, I should have paid attention. That's the cannon. So this is definitely one where I want to dash out of the way. But I have a perfectly good sniper, able to take his revenge. And then we can move the longbow in to help. So the key on this one is just to take out the threat as soon as possible. And then this unit... Again, it's one of my slow movers, so I'm not expecting miracles here. I'm mostly looking to avoid crashes. Okay, can't avoid the crash. So... It's a little silly that I'm going out of my way to avoid contact with the enemy. The reason I'm doing this, of course, is because they're going to eject, which means that's something that I can win with. There we go. So I'm sorry if it seems like I'm rushing through these, but I'm actually curious to see what the final phase of the liberation looks like. So this was normally when I would finish off, but if we have a boss fight, I will take the opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the headache. Hopefully you feel better soon. Okay, there is another Svalin, so we'll pick one of those up. We'll always take the color... and then scrap the rest. Key objectives appear once the enemy forces in the province are worn down. Eliminating these objectives is necessary to liberate the province. Okay, good to know. I am going to hang out for a little bit while I repair. Okay, so let's make sure that the team is in fighting shape. Slight improvement to damage. Why not? I'm gonna guess that we haven't really figured out the haven't figured out the generator thing yet. Heavies. Okay, I'm gonna simplify. So there may still be improvements here, but I figure I might as well get rid of the heavy stuff that I'm not actually going to use at any point. So the Svalin, this is an improvement. Yeah, again, I still don't feel good about the heat capacity, so... And then the Helios, yeah, this is not an improvement. Okay, so I have a few more things that I can scrap. So I only want one of these guns. Firestarter probably isn't as important. I can get rid of the old Svalin. Yeah. And then the subsystems is starting to get a little crowded. But again, I really don't know what I'm going to be using yet, so. Oh, fair enough. All right, not too much in the way of scrap for us to work with, so I think we just move. I think we just move to the fight. We can go stealthy for the start. We'll do the same approach as we normally do. We'll overdrive as soon as we cross the behemoth. The base slows down and comes to a stop. The home guard had few details about your target. No recon squads they sent to investigate this site returned back. You look up from the grainy, glitched recordings on your screen, all cut short. Eerie silence hangs in the air, thick fog obfuscating the path ahead. A wall of red covers every scanner in the briefing room. One of your pilots tries to break the tension with a joke, but there is only nervous laughter in response. Whatever the invasion force is keeping here, you can't let it escape. This is their last-ditch effort. It won't make a difference. Showdown! The occupation forces are in disarray, defenses collapsing all across the province. Their remnants are converging at this site, taking something massive out of storage. The intel is scarce, but there is one thing you know for certain. It won't make a difference. You will deliver the killing blow. Perilous. This mission is going to be dangerous. Prepare to lose equipment or units. Eject or retreat if things go south. Jack of all trades, the enemy can counter a wide variety of threats. Bring a versatile squad and prepare to make adjustments on the fly. Long haul. This encounter might last a while. Bring units capable of taking a few hits. I am not prepared for that. Move or die. The enemy is capable of devastating attacks. Bring units capable of quickly moving between cover. Water. Bodies of water detected in the vicinity. They can be entered to increase heat dissipation, enabling more frequent attacks. Let's see what we're made of. Well, this is something, Commander. Those heavy platforms haven't been used since the invasion. Behemoths, okay, well, who cares about the writing anyway, right? Engaging termination protocols. Estimated flatline within 10 seconds. Okay, so far as I can tell from the sort of promotional video on these things, these enemies have multiple parts. So one of the things that you can do is try an approach where you are picking apart the enemy. Oh my god. What have I gotten myself into? Yeah, so like there's one thing where you say here, it's like, okay, this generator seems like a weak spot. Or it's like, maybe we want to take out the things that are going to damage us. Like the launcher definitely seems like something tough. Or the main gun. So the core is definitely the best armored. I don't know, there's definitely something about targeting the generator that seems to make a lot of sense here. So, particularly with my sniper, it's basically exposed to me at a perfect shot. Yeah, actually, I am going to try and get 2 shots on that. So the rest of the team's going to need to work around that, but... Now, obviously, I am potentially setting myself up in a very dangerous situation by moving so close to it, but... I think what I can do here is I can move up, and then dash. Okay, this is going to be a time when I'm going to sort of split the attention a little bit. I'm missing out on an opportunity to do damage, but I want to make sure that that damage is focused until we know what we're dealing with. Okay. Looks like we didn't hit the generator there. Ooh, that generator's almost down. Okay, now the... Oh, you gotta get out of there, my friend. Target warning. This enemy is being targeted by a dangerous attack. Check the timeline and try to evade it. So yeah, we're gonna go... twofold. Oh, and he doesn't have dodging capabilities. Okay, so my best bet here... basically just keep moving with the missiles. Alright, so let's try and make the magic happen with the generator. I also want to get some distance between me and the potential attack. Yeah. So hopefully that's enough to give it the slip. So the idea of... The idea of going in with a shotgun seems borderline suicidal at this point. So perhaps the smarter thing for me to do, given the way that it's acting with its guns, in this case, I think I'm just going to move away because I don't have there's not a whole lot of added value right now. But I'm in this nice little situation with this gun here. There's a small chance I can avoid being targeted completely. Yeah, so let's capitalize on that. And I can go turret or I can go core. Okay, so we've got turret, main gun, turret, core. I think we'll... something nice and simple. I'm gonna have to walk it off here, so we'll see how it works. All right. And yeah, we're not really contributing anything here, so I'm curious to see how this will work. Okay, we did get hit. Oh man, looks like there's a couple of attacks that I wasn't counting on. Oh man, those things are deadly in terms of their accuracy. Okay, I mean, it's nice that we took out the generator. Okay, so I think I'm really trying to decide if I want to try and take this thing apart, and I am actually slightly inclined towards getting aggressive with the core, because I do have a couple of damage dealing units that can give him the slip. In fact, okay, so I do a little shimmy to the left, and immediately go to the right. Okay, I do get caught. Well, you know what? So the answer there, I'm actually going to lean into the attack. No. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to mess with this thing's ability to do damage. So yeah, there we go. So we wait out the scan and move around the edge, and then we get another attack on the core. Where are you, core? I mean, if I have to, I'll go for something like the launcher, but in this case, I definitely feel that the core is the better target. Okay, launcher it is. So I'm definitely regretting not having a oh, this will give me something to think about. I'm definitely regretting not having the ability to eject this thing. Okay, now if I just stay put, I am going to get cut in half if I stay put. Oh man, this is going to be interesting. Do I jump over or do I just take a face full of laser? Well, you know, there's an alternative here, which is to run. Ah, I'll never get my comeuppance. All right, and we're going to say we don't worry about overheating. This thing's got to go down. Core is very strong. So I may wind up regretting this. But we're gonna show you how brave a protector can be when its friends are under attack. It's just because one of my units is effectively out of commission as long as they're being targeted. So let's see how this goes. Okay, I mean, the strategy with the missiles here did kind of turn out. Okay, I'm probably going to have to eject with this unit before too long. If we lose the legs, we definitely punch out. Wow. We're in trouble. Oh, this is gonna suck. All right. So let's see how the turn goes first. Good lord. That's a face full of laser beam. Okay, so obvious answer here. You gotta run up the side. I mean, even if it's not that effective of an attack, I think we do the chip that we can. Now, what does interest me is there's not a whole lot of attacks that are actually coming after the Protector. So we'll keep the respectful distance. Tricky Boyvis, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I don't want to find out what that big ring is. But at this point, I'm actually willing to throw a few more. I'm willing to take on a few more risks. There is one last thing that I can do with my unit that might need to punch out. So here's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna go back to my hiding spot. Okay, so I'm caught. Okay, then we creep out. Core if I can, but it does seem to be turning. Alright, you know what? Actually, the main gun's taken a fair amount of damage, but the main gun's facing the wrong way. So one thing I should have done while I was at this. So we're basically just gonna run for dear life. This is basically a losing strategy, but what I can do to make things better for my allies, I can lob as many of these missiles as makes sense. And if I lose the unit, I lose the unit, but at the very least we're contributing to the fight, which is something I haven't been able to do for a while. All right, let's see this happen. Damnation. That wasn't even the rocket. I've got the wrong side working on that. I could lose this outright. Oh yeah, we're definitely losing this. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Tricky Boy. I'll do my best to sort of explain how this game works, because I've gone through the tutorial. This is actually my very first time encountering one of these boss fights. And this is actually one of the first times I've lost a pilot in this game. So they've definitely ramped up the difficulty. But what I'm going to do is I want to see how the rest of this turns out. And we're gonna have to reconsider the position, because basically we've seen how quickly we lose one of our units to the launcher. So I'm obviously gonna need to reconsider my strategy here. Okay. So there's the smoldering wreck of my ally. So basically, this is a turn-based strategy game, but it's got a unique hook to it. So the idea here is a bit like XCOM or something, but you can see precisely the timing of each turn. Yeah. So the story behind this is basically you are what remains of a defense force. So this takes place after an invasion. The tutorial mission is essentially the time that this country is overrun by a surprise invasion. The Phantom Brigade are sort of the remnants of these defense forces, which are now sort of fighting an insurgency against the occupation forces. And this game just recently got an update which says that to liberate a given province, you actually have to do one of these big boss fights. And this is unlike anything that we've seen in the game before. This is really interesting. So the one of the reasons why the Brigade runs is they have an experimental technology that will see about 5 seconds into the future. So I don't know if it's ever specifically... I remember at some point somebody said machine learning, but I don't know if they ever actually made that specifically part of the game. But essentially, it is something that gives you precise knowledge of the enemy's intent 5 seconds into the future. But the reason why I specify the enemy's intent is that it's a video game. The whole point of playing the video game is that you are going to do things to disrupt the enemy's plan. So if you've ever used a nonlinear editing system, so like, you know, Adobe Premiere or Final Cut Pro or iMovie or something like that, you can scrub over and it's just like editing something like that. And you can see here that, you know, perhaps unsurprisingly, this tanky unit is now the target of this unit's anger. It's standing right in front of the main gun. It's a prime candidate for this this sort of attack. So I can see with certainty that it's basically going to fire everything that it can on this unit. Now I do have a couple of advantages here. So the laser attack isn't coming until later in the turn. And I can look at the individual parts. So the core is just sort of moving along. The main gun is potentially in a point where it'll be taken out. So it's only got 198 damage left. Whereas the shotgun that I'm firing, does 389 damage. So I only need a third of the attacks to hit. And then the launcher here is a little bit more... is a bit stronger, although it looks like it's not really that focused right now. So yeah, essentially here, the main hook for this game is that you have perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do, and you can get clever with this stuff. So when you have multiple enemy units, you can actually make it so that you create friendly fire incidents. The AI for this game is quite good too. There have definitely been some times where it's, you know, it's kind of caught me out for being careless in my decision making. So I'm not crazy about overheating my unit here, but I think this is a matter of life or death at this point. So we're gonna let her rip, even though it's gonna cook my internals. And I think maybe to help out for the rest, we're going to put up the shield, but I actually have no idea if this counts as a beam weapon for the purposes of reflecting. Now, it looks like this unit is more or less protected from the turret attack that's happening here. You can kind of see the, you can sort of see the little beacon that's rolling around. The problem is that there's this optimal range here, which is not really working for me. So I'm going to spend part of the turn walking closer. And this unit here does about 1,000 damage. So I'm actually going to try and focus on that core. There we go. Yeah, no worries. There's two other games that I like to compare this to. So one that comes up a lot is a game called Frozen Synapse, which is wonderful. And that one has simultaneous turns. The difference is that you don't have perfect knowledge. That game is a lot more about guessing what your enemy's strategy is going to be. But the game that gives you sort of perfect knowledge that I think is a good comparison is Into the Breach. Now, Into the Breach is its own game. It's, you know, there's quite a bit of a difference between these two. But I would say that if you're looking for a point of comparison in terms of what it sort of feels like, you know, Into the Breach is a strategy game, and it's one where you tend to rely... Ooh, okay. I can't get greedy here. We're already going to be down a part or two, so... Okay, so... wait for the scan to finish. I can run out the side, and we let her rip on the launcher. All right, we're definitely going to do this in slow motion here. Actually, the Helios has taken a lot of damage too. I wasn't really expecting that. So as long as I can avoid the damage, which is easier said than done, we have a shot. Yeah, Into the Breach is by the same people who did FTL, if you've ever played that. But I mean, this is the thing about indie games; they're really cool. But there's always, there's always going to be more people who have never heard of an indie game that you love than have. So I could be speaking absolute nonsense to you right now. Oh, that turret is actually gonna. That turret's gonna rip me to shreds. I wasn't banking on that. That changes the whole strategy. At least it lets me cool down. But I have a very real possibility that I might have just killed this unit. But we're committing. So it doesn't have to be this slow, you can speed it up, but obviously it's a dramatic moment, so... Yeah, look at that, that's just ripping through the shield. Imagine that I didn't put that up. Are you kidding me? Please get a second shot. I don't know if that shield's gonna survive that second turret bout, but... Oh no! Something went wrong in terms of our hideaway. Okay, we're chipping away, but I can't afford any more. I can't afford any more surprises in terms of damage. So we're gonna take a look at the. What the hell is doing that? Okay, it's the turret. Okay, the one bit of good news here is that even though the shield is down, this is a blind spot. Oh, I'm testing the edges of that scary thing. I still don't know what that does. Okay, so I mean, you know what? Let's actually get the shotgunner focusing on that core, or on that turret. Okay, now I have no idea what the hell I'm gonna do here, because it seems like there's gonna be a world of hurt. Actually, you know what? There's an easy answer to this. we say, too bad. Oh man, we outrun that. Oh, that's good. Okay. So yeah, the machine gun's gonna let her rip on the core. Now here's what I'm thinking. We've gotten surprised the last couple of times that this thing's been patrolling around, so I'm gonna go around the edge like so. And this is gonna be a full-on I am running for my life move here. So as soon as I get out from the cover, I'm not even gonna okay, so I only get one we're committing more than one, because this might actually be enough to take out the launcher, although it seems like the turrets are the things that I really want to worry about. Okay. Not so good. But we did take out the launcher, so that's a thing. Hull integrity compromised. Activating emergency protocol. Sending power to reserve weapons. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. What parade of horribles have they got for me now? All right. This is... Oh, my God. Okay, so we can still maintain the blind spot. So I think we still go for the, I think we stick to the plan. So yeah, even though I've got a very squishy group, we actually seem to be quite good at avoiding the, oops. We seem to be quite good at being able to outrun its weaponry. I am worried about this, though. Okay, so I even get tagged off of that. Okay. So I'm wondering if there's a world in which I risk it and like move through the... No, because then I just expose myself to sadness. Okay, so I still get tagged at the very... I'm still a little confused as to how that like tail end attack works. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get as close as I can without messing with the shot I want to set up with my other unit. Okay, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. Obviously, I gotta do something about that turret. Okay, so now that it's moving the other way... And then obviously I gotta back off for the future. Now, in the meantime, I seem to be reasonably well placed. And this time we don't focus on the turret, we focus on the core, because this thing can really pack a punch. Now, yeah, so this one, my normal expectation here would be to run and make, like, just make this count. It's like one thing I can try and do is just dash for dear life and hope I don't get demolished. Oh. So then my other alternative is I run straight back. Okay, now that's interesting. It shows that it doesn't actually show me getting attacked on that. So I'm actually gonna try something a little different here. I'm actually gonna try and give it a wide berth so that we can try and take out this theoretical blind spot. Oh, that's gonna sting. So I'm hoping that doesn't count as a crash. Core didn't take as much damage as I was hoping either. So obviously here I want to be careful about... Okay, so if I just decide to... No, if I dash there, then I take the damage. But if I just say we are going reckless... I mean, there's a couple things that are going to be opening fire on me, but... Maybe not, actually. Okay, so in the meantime, what we do here, with this unit, we make sure we... Okay, so we're crashing into our own guy there. That's definitely not the way to start. Yeah, I'm thinking here, I think at this point we just let her rip on the core. Okay, I was hoping it wouldn't take that damage, but... So overall, we're doing okay. The catch is we're just not doing that much damage to the core. Like, it's still above 1,000, even though we've had a couple of dedicated hits on it. But I'm still committed to this strategy, because if we play not to lose by just focusing on the turrets for the whole time, we're just extending this fight even longer. What the hell just happened there? Oh, I overheated and blew up my left arm. Please tell me that. No, it's the right arm. I just lost my main weapon. Alright, that's entirely on me. Okay, so looks like I'm being targeted on this one. I don't think... Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. I am gonna be... I'm singled out. I don't even have a unit with a shield to make this better. Yeah, this is just going to be a turn of sadness. This is also my last, like, main damage dealer, because this one can't get too close. Well, you know what? No point crying about it. Let's, I don't really like how that looks. So yeah, I mean, I guess my other alternative is just to try and go for the distance here. That creates a collision, but yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna do the brave Sir Robin approach. And if I lose the unit, I lose the unit. That's not as... Ouch. Yeah, I don't think we can win this. So the funny thing is, like, the penalty for getting in close, it gives you a warning area, but it really feels like it's a lot... It feels like the real value is further away. We're gonna commit to this, because it is at... it is just shy of going under 1,000, but... Okay, so this is the unit that's being targeted, it looks like. But it's not so clear to me that... Okay, yeah, no, it's going to be the focus of the laser beam, so... there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Maybe not get so close, though. And obviously not give it more opportunities to, like, to clobber me. Ugh. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, see, that, like, I'll take a certain amount of punishment with this, but like I feel like when I'm clearing the that that blow up area, I feel like it should be a lot more. I feel like it should be a lot more transparent about where that is, because like that's the difference between a win and a loss, right there. Anyways, let's chip away and see what we can do. So obviously I got to get out of the danger zone. I think this one might be wise for me to just go very far away. That's still gonna sweep over me. That's better though. So if I can give him a parting shot. And again, all of this stuff is just a chip, but... Now, I guess one of the nice things here is that this doesn't seem to be targeted. So if I can... Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see where this takes me. Okay, so Kilo's about to die. But the numbers are going down, right? We're at 690, so... Alright, so we need to be really, really careful on how the turn works. Alright, so I know where the opportunity lies for Kilo. So it seems like this thing's basically just going to chase me around. It would be nice if that was not the case, but... I'm going to make this last as long as I can, but I also need to make sure that I'm not directing fire towards my ally. This is technically the unit that can take the damage if it really comes down to it, but it's also the unit that does the most damage, so. Alright, let's see how it goes. Oh my god. How confident am I feeling? Oh my god, there is no way we're surviving this. We could try ejecting right at the start, but no, we're going down in a blaze of glory. Ideally, we're self-destructing, actually. Oh, let's not get too close. Okay. So this actually creates a little bit of a dilemma for me, because normally what I want to do, holy crap, so I first lose a pilot in battle for the first time. So normally what I want to do, a dearth of panacea, an unusual silence falls over the workshop. Your habitually busy engineers are idle and their tools tossed aside out of frustration. The quartermaster waves you over, and the stern expression on his face tells you there's a serious issue. Can't work like this, boss. He holds out the hose end of the gel dispenser, an invaluable tool for keeping mechs on their feet. No gel, no repairs. So normally what I want to do is sort of take my lumps and go back to the resupply in that. I am going to break my my usual habit, because I'm already an hour over. I actually want to see if we can do this again and see if we can do it a little bit better. I'm not changing the loadout or anything like that. I want to see if we can do the same thing with a different approach. Okay, sniper's still going to do its thing. I'm testing the edge a little too readily. So yeah, the first thing I'm doing here is I need to be much more conservative in terms of what I consider in or out of bounds. So I'm going to have one unit that's focused purely on the core. But the majority of the brigade's going to take care of the is going to take care of the generator, and I think we might target the launcher early as well. So essentially I want something to put constant pressure on the core, but I don't want it to be like, essentially what I would like is I would like to I'd like to dismantle it, or I'd like to try the approach of dismantling it this time. Okay. Didn't do that much to the generator, and oh no, hang on, generator's almost dead. All right, so we're back to this old problem with the missiles coming after the sniper. So my best option here: try to deliver wins. I think this time I'm gonna try running by the tower. It might be I'm already losing to those, but now, as always, we okay, now interestingly enough, there isn't that big ring. So this time what I'm gonna do, I need to make sure that I'm not caught by any of those turrets. So basically I'm going to run a big circle around the thing. Well, as much as I can. And this is going to be some support on the generator for the start. And yeah, I think we need to work on the launcher immediately afterwards. Okay, so we've got a shotgunner without something to do. Technically, our options are a bit limited here. Yeah, even here I'm getting targeted, so give it its distance. There's no point. So the thing about this one is there's no point in me taking damage for no reason. So like here I'll finish the shot. Like it doesn't make any sense for me not to, you know, to do the thing that gives me an advantage. I'm actually wondering if maybe it's a better idea that I just try and engage at a distance here. Because again, the idea is to try and maintain pressure on the core. Okay, I'm curious to see how this works. Although in fairness, if you take a look at the core damage, we've already done a fairly respectable amount at the start. Okay, that's good, although we seem to waste the shot with the sniper. Okay, so as always we want to see how the turn's going to play out. So this is a unit that's currently targeted. So it seemed to me sensible for this to draw as much fire as possible. So again, this is a challenge in terms of like getting close enough, but it does open up an opportunity for the machine gunner to get in for a good hit. Theoretically. Okay. So if we try and move in closer to the ideal range. I'm not opposed to trying the main gun here, but let's see if a core focus strategy serves us a little better. Still gonna go for the launcher on at the back, but in fact I'm wondering if it's better for me to run around the edge completely. Even if that means that I don't have the same opportunities as I normally would. So I'm learning my lesson from last time. I can't afford to overheat, even if it means I'm taking less than optimal shots. So yeah, this one's... I feel like this unit's completely suppressed. But with the sniper, we've kind of done our time, so here I feel like we translate that into a meaningful shot on the core. Ouch. Okay, well they're really focused on the sniper. Again, I don't think there's anything the sniper can do to live, but... not the main gun. Core. And then we run like hell. Okay, so this unit is the focus of a nasty attack right at the start. There's actually nothing it can really do about it either. I still get targeted. I'm trying to put as much motion as I can before the thing. God, there's just no escaping it. So realistically my best bet. Oh God, how do I even manage this? So yeah, assuming this thing is even alive to try and escape. That's potentially 2 units that are either down or severely damaged after this turn, so I'm not feeling great about this. But I do at least have a clear shot on the launcher. If I can get a second one, and again, I'm learning not to be brave, so... Okay. So if I just run back... Yeah, running back is the better strategy. Okay, this will be interesting. I mean, it survived, and the launcher's down. Wow. Okay, but yeah, so the thing to keep in mind here is that there's actually some big hits that we just delivered on this. So we can definitely take out the main gun. And all of a sudden, I'm suddenly feeling a lot better about a... I'm feeling a lot better about a chip strategy. And gone for a bit and we're fighting a spider. Indeed, Vesper. And it is a character-building fight. Okay, before I get too enthusiastic, I need to remember that I always want someone to do something to the core. Although in fairness, that's probably a better job. No, you know what, let's, again, we don't need to complicate this. We'll start focusing on the turrets. Do I clear that in time? Oh, that's great. Okay, I'm actually wondering if I just stay back and accept that I'm not going to be as effective damage-wise. Yeah, we'll just limp along. Yeah, let's see how this works. Jesus, leave him alone. So yeah, again, the trick on this one is going to be we're staying outside of range of the turret here. For the shotgun, I want to put some hurt on the turret, and that leaves the sniper to focus on the core. Maybe not the smartest division of labor, but it's what I've got working for me right now. Oh, this is a disaster. This guy's still getting targeted. Mind you, the laser's probably not targeting him anymore, so let's just wait until that turret's dealt with. All right, have a good one, Sophia. Thanks for putting up with me trying to strategize. Well, it didn't take damage. So I don't think we're... I think we let this guy pray to all the gods, the old and the new, that cover holds. I'm going to reassign the shotgun to the core, and the sniper, because we want some precision on this, is going to focus the turret when they can. And the aim here with the longbow is to take this turret out at range, because then that lets me get in closer to do core damage. Okay, so next turn we should see a couple of pieces fall off. It's 99, so I am gonna do a second shot just to seal the deal. Okay, cool. Let's choke turrets down. Hull integrity compromised. Activating emergency protocols. Sending power to reserve weapons. So interestingly enough, it seems like we can't target the reserve weapon. But I think it's pretty clear what our job is now. We focus as much as possible on the core. And for this, because I've got the fresh mech, I am going to get in a little bit closer for the... Let's just make sure. Yeah, we've got a fair distance. Now again, there's a here we go. Yeah, there's a reserve weapon up, so I do need to allow for the possibility that there's going to be something horrible that happens. Everyone's doing their part. Okay, yes, the beam is back. This guy is not gonna have a good day. So our best option here is just to throw everything we possibly can at the core to finish this off. There's just no other way that the fight's ending. We're definitely not at the like we're ignoring heat level, because we definitely need to leave enough gas in the tank to finish the job. It could have been worse. There we go. I really like these boss fights. Mission accomplished, Commander. What a feat. The Home Guard is sure to be relieved to hear the news. Time to regroup and resupply. Our pilots deserve to rest after this. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I will confess, I do feel a little bad that I really like how the timing works out so that those missiles land right at the time that it looks like friendly fire. So my normal inclination for Phantom Brigade is to play through my mistakes. So if I decide to commit the entire brigade to an unwinnable boss fight, like, I really should be living with the consequences of that. But I will say I didn't need to do the tutorial, and I figure, you know, it's a little more fun. This is the headline feature of the new patch, and more importantly, it's my game, right? Like, it's no, you don't get to keep the scrap when you finish. So I think in future, I think there are going to be different boss types. So I don't know if I'll sort of allow myself one learning run and one sort of reset. But I don't know. I kind of have this feeling that if I do 2 streams in a row, which are building towards boss fights, that's not really showing off the game as well as I could. So I don't know, in future, I want to try and keep myself honest. Cause like the thing is that if you know if you're going to be constantly resetting, each time you lose, that's not the same opportunity to grow. So me, for the moment, I use a limited FE. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what FE is. That's a reset. Yeah, like even with something like XCOM, I try not to do that. I like the fact that Darkest Dungeon forces you to confront those kinds of failures. But the thing is that there's a lot of people who don't finish Darkest Dungeon because they find it too much of a grind to to go through the to like rebuild their party and such. Oh, Fire Emblem, gotcha. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I do want to lock myself into pilot, pilot losses and things like that. But yeah, no, this is good. I mean, I really, really liked Phantom Brigade back in early access. I liked the release version. Obviously, I am on good terms with, I think I'm on good terms with Brace Yourself Games. I think very highly of them. I can't speak for them, obviously, but you know, I always like to take the view that people who are adoring fans like me don't necessarily make games better, because you do sometimes need to have, useful information about where the pain points are. And I mean, I happen to like the way I am with games, because frankly, if you like everything you play, that just means you're happier, right? Oh, that's awesome, Tricky Boyvis. So yeah, the one of the reasons why I wanted to sort of say this stuff at the start is I was given a copy of this for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself Games, and they did pay me to do the like recorded video on the Steam page. So I while I like talking up the game, I figure it's not bad to disclose that sort of stuff. I mean, again, like I'm not gonna do a video for the game if I don't like it. But yeah, no, it's just like with this patch, which I don't know if anybody was expecting. I knew there was something coming, but I was not expecting this specific patch. But it really does feel like the complaints that I had heard from people in terms of sort of repetition or, feeling like maybe the taking over the provinces were a grind. It really does feel like the entire patch was built around the things people were talking about that they didn't like, and essentially just saying it's like, yep, these are all the things we're doing now. So it's awesome to see this game continuing to get updates. I am really looking forward to liberating more provinces now, but I am also going to need to reconsider my glassy mechs approach, because clearly there are ways. If nothing else, I need to make sure that I have more jetpacks to deal with the rockets coming in. But I hope you like it, Tricky Boyvis. I have done this game quite a bit, so there's a bunch of like YouTube videos that I have of me playing it. But if you ever find yourself in a spot where you want to know more, or kind of like just figure out what the game is doing, I really like talking about this game. So never hesitate, even if I'm playing a different game, don't hesitate to stop by and just ask, because I don't want to pretend like I'm a full-on expert. Like the people who make this game are very, very good at what they do. But I feel like I have enough of a grip on the game that I can help people out. Yeah, I will just confess, the Phantom Brigade stuff's a little buried now, but I'm pretty sure if you do a search on my channel for Phantom Brigade, most of the stuff that is a stream now will be tagged Phantom Brigade stream at the start. So you should see most of it. And if nothing else, you can see how the game has come from its humble beginnings. But honestly, like, this isn't even a game you need to learn by watching people play on Twitch. Like, obviously the whole appeal of this game is iterating over the different tactics yourself. Thank you. Yeah, and the other thing I will let you know. So I was a little focused on that battle in the end, but I will say, at least the last time I tried, if you like messing around with like cool camera angles and things like that, I believe if you hook up a controller and like the thumbsticks, like the joystick, not the direction pad, but like the joystick like things, you can actually get some really nice smooth camera movement out of it. So I don't know if you like editing videos or something like that. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I'll mention, just for those of you. I did get the opportunity when I visited Vancouver to meet Riley Koning, the composer. So if you like the Where's his Bandcamp? Yeah. So if you like the soundtrack, I believe he has posted the soundtrack on YouTube. It is available for purchase on Steam. But what I want to direct, for those of you that like the music at least, the attention to, he hasn't just done Phantom Brigade, but even then, if you really, really like the soundtrack, there's the Phantom Brigade PAX East 2019 EP. There's a couple of songs which did not make it to the main soundtrack, but also you get to hear early versions of it. And I personally find it very interesting to hear, you know, the first version to the later version. On top of that, I was flabbergasted to find out that we were actually at the same university at the same time. He was pursuing his PhD, and obviously in the music department, where I had nothing of the sort, although I did enjoy going to the concerts. So it actually took me flying out from where I am to Vancouver, specifically for a Brace Yourself party, to finally meet him. But when I said there was that one song where it's like, yeah, it means a little something special, at that party he actually gave me an early version of that track. It's called Pushing Through in the main soundtrack. I should find that on YouTube so you don't need to search for it. And I was like, oh man, this is really good. Like I'm really looking forward to playing this in the game, and absolutely it is. It delivers. So let me find Brigade OST. Oops. All right. So for those of you that like the soundtrack, well, the Bandcamp is a place you can buy it and all of that, but if you just want something in the background, there is the YouTube. All right. I think that is everything for me. So in terms of plans for the next week, so Friday this week I'm going to be back to Cyberpunk 2077. We have made a little bit more progress in Phantom Liberty. Monday, I think, well, yeah, we finished Soma, so that is a free day for me again. I've got a couple of ideas, but I'm going to keep those under my hat. And then for those of you who are just here for Phantom Brigade, we will be doing that on Wednesday. Let me get through the menus here, I'll save, and then we will host somebody for tonight's. Thanks to your efforts, the enemy was driven out of this contested province. Resistance forces will hold it from here on out. A dearth of panacea, an unusual silence falls over the workshop. Your habitually busy engineers are idle and their tools tossed aside out of frustration. The quartermaster waves you over and the stern expression on his face tells you there's a serious issue. Can't work like this, boss. He holds out the hose end of a gel dispenser, an invaluable tool for keeping mechs on their feet. No gel, no repairs. So what we need to do here, we need to find the resupply position. Although, in fairness, we are still at 22 on liquid fix, so I don't know what he's complaining about. Anyways, I gotta go to bed. I am an hour and a half past when I wanted to go to bed. But thank you, everybody. I mean, this is... I like this game a lot, but I don't need to play it on stream. And you're all... Yeah, I actually really appreciate Tricky Boy Vis. I love it when people discover games through the channel. Like, obviously I'm small, so it's not something that happens every day, but like, whether it's in the moment or I've had a couple of people come back and say like, hey, I tried that game that you were playing. It's awesome. Like, I'm so glad I found it. You know, that's one of the reasons why I like doing this. So thank you for stopping by and obviously following. But like, it's been a lot of fun. I get more enthusiastic, even though I'm doing new things inside the game. I get more enthusiastic when like people are into it and potentially finding something that they're really going to get into. So. You know, it's definitely something that's that I feed off of as much as other people do. And obviously, Vesper, Cured, Oswin, I know Selphea has gone back from work. Nearly Logical, Rarmonger, I don't even think I said hi to you before. Mr. Handy, I did see you in here earlier. Now I should start scrolling up. I think I got every... Oh, Lord Gloom, of course. And Algrin's, I think... Yes, now I truly am scrolling up. But again, everybody, thank you very much for hanging out. I had a lot of fun doing this, and it is... it's not great for me that I'm going later, but it is good. What I am going to do is I am going to raid... So there's nobody doing Phantom Brigade right now. But I am going to raid Revived Snow, who is currently doing Beat Saber. Now, Revived Snow is a pretty unique channel. They do text-to-speech and an animated avatar. So there's no evidence of a person so far as I can tell. But Revived Snow has actually done Phantom Brigade in the past, and I believe they've been playing the new patch as well. So in addition to the fact that it's always nice to host fellow Canadians, and I don't have a Phantom Brigader stream to host, I figure somebody who has done Phantom Brigade and somebody I found through Phantom Brigade is a nice place to go. But yeah, I gotta actually finally... How can you miss me if I don't go? I'm going to wrap up. Thank you again, everybody. This was a lot of fun. There is a reason why I went later. I am going to collapse in a heap and hopefully be conscious enough for a pretty full day at work tomorrow. But you know what? It was worth it. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see some of you Friday, maybe some of you in a week, and whatever the case is. I hope you enjoy your time on this channel or whatever else you plan on doing with your day. Take care.